it's interesting that I saw him. I just,
No. Okay,
No.
anyway, yeah,
I know, but sooner or later it'll come out.
okay.
That's just it. Maybe I need to learn to keep my mouth shut. Maybe I get farther like that.
I don't know. That's not
I think
necessarily,
so.
okay.
A lot of people keep their mouth closed and I see that they get, they're really connected.
Mm,
I'm just, speculating from my own understanding and experiences. Yes, I must have dropped it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Good evening. Today is Tuesday, December 7, 2021. The time is 5 p.m. and the regular meeting of the following will come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the City as Housing Assets Successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Gomez.
Buenas tardes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Present.
Mayor Jones.
Here. Thank you. We have a quorum. And we're going to move on to the introduction to public comments. But before I do that, Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on closed session items? Yes, I would like to speak. Thank you. Were there any, I don't see anybody else in chamber, so certainly Member Gomez, please feel free to step down to the podium. And to our audience, as council member steps down to the podium, she has chosen to speak as a member of the audience. And with that, she has none of the attendant rights that one would expect with someone as a council member. She does so without the color of authority, and the audience, as it does with any other public speaker, will have to weigh for itself the credibility and weight to give to the comments. With that, welcome, Ms. Gomez.
I don't know if you can hear me. So this is Blanca Gomez, a city council member elected for 5 years, and I do speak as Ms. Gomez in the public sector. Mrs. Jones, I believe there are 2 items that I can speak on, and I've decided to speak on the CVRA portion of it. Es muy desafortunado que no tenemos a más personas que están presentes, que hablan español. He hecho muchas invitaciones y muchas de las personas o no saben usar el celular o no hay ayuda de personas que le asistan a ser más pendiente de lo que está sucediendo en esta ciudad. So when I just said, it's very unfortunate that the people that we do have that can participate, unfortunately, are either lacking that literacy that's required to do Zoom or a phone, and we don't have adequate personnel that would be able to aid individuals to facilitate that aspect of it. Personally, I have met many different people, and as one person, I can't do it by myself. So if staff would be cognizant of the need for different language barriers that don't allow for that facilitation for CVRA, and not only that, but the language that we bring on with the technicality of the CVRA, like communities of interest. And if you just look at former meetings, you will begin to realize that people who come up and speak are misinterpreted as to what they're trying to bring forth with the categorizing of 5 different districts. And last time we witnessed that there was 2 individuals, unfortunately, what I would call gerrymandering the aspect of what they would be preferred to have. And we know now where these individuals live. And I'm just so beside myself to know that Paul Mitchell knows where Ms. Jones lives, and he was actually crafting Eagle Ranch for you. And I found that very disturbing. I don't appreciate that mannerism, and that could be taken to court, and it could be showed as a type of way to saving the incumbency and not protecting the Fair Maps Act. And so I would ask that the mayor and Keith Messer please cease and desist from continuing to do something that it's so obvious from the perspective of many of the people who are watching our council meetings. And I'm speaking on behalf of many of them who feel that if they were to be here, they would be retaliated, as they've seen Councilwoman Blanca Gomez retaliated in many formats by, unfortunate to say, collaborating with other entities. So the CVRA is very special and is something that we're going to continue to use as a way to create more communities of neighborhoods that really can either be a candidate in these 5 seats and hopefully have best representation from the perspective of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. Mr. DeBortnowski, those were some strong allegations against our demographer. Was anything done in that last meeting that was inappropriate in terms of making some revisions to a map?
No, I don't believe, and I think Mr. Mitchell has continually emphasized his independence in this whole process. So I didn't see anything that would indicate that he had any information about where people lived or that he had any issues with respect to his independence in this whole matter.
Right. All right, so we can delve into those kinds of issues tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. DeBortnowski. Madam Clerk, are there any other requests to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, and neither by Zoom?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so will you please set the timer for 30 seconds in the event that somebody out there in our online audience is attempting to get on to speak? They'll at least have some time to overcome any challenges they might be experiencing.
Madam Mayor, I do have a speaker. It's Galaxy A12.
Thank you very much. Welcome. And so this is the public comment period as it relates to closed session items. To whom do we have the pleasure of?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. This is Maggie Martin. I'm sorry, go ahead, Madam Mayor.
No, welcome.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment that especially I feel this is an appropriate time because I've been watching these council meetings or attending or watching on Zoom for roughly 5 years. And I feel like, so the city right now is in a precarious, or let's not say precarious, a difficult situation with this districting issue forced upon it. But I'm very distressed, and that's the clean version, distressed by another council member speaking in public comments, always attacking or finding fault or making allegations that are unfounded against other council members. And I find it very
Please
pathetic
ensure that
when
you stay within the topic.
you worry about you staying within the topic.
Please
Martin,
ensure that you're within the topic.
One moment. Member Gomez has not been recognized by the chair, does not have the floor, and will bring herself to order. Member Gomez, you can be assured that I was about to have words with the audience speaker, and I will facilitate this meeting in accordance with our policy and procedures. So, Ms. Martin.
That's my comment, Madam Mayor. That's it in a nutshell.
Ms. Martin, the purpose of speaking as to what would appear item number B would be the actual purpose of that. And so if you have nothing further, we're going to go ahead and move on.
Thank you. That was my sole comment, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. All right. Madam Clerk.
There are no additional speakers at this
Okay.
time.
And how far did we get into that 30 seconds before we had a request?
We had about 15 seconds left.
Okay, can you put the other 15 seconds on, please, just from an abundance of caution?
Sure. That 15 seconds is up and we have no additional speakers.
Thank you. So the public comment period is now closed. The chair brings the matter back to the council. We're now going to move on to declaration of closed session items. Mr. DeBortnowski.
Thank you, Mayor Jones. We have two items this evening. The first is existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D1, and the information related to that, as well as the case number, are set forth on the agenda. The second item is anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D2 and pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 E3. The facts and circumstances related thereto are set forth on the agenda. To the extent there's reportable action, we will report it either at the conclusion of the closed session or at the commencement of the 6 o'clock regular session.
Thank you, Mr. DeBortnowski. All right, we're now in recess to closed session. We'll resume open session at 6 p.m.
las cámaras, pero por lo tanto vamos a seguir adelante y dejar esta prendida para ver lo que está sucediendo.
Nice to see you.
Yes. Good evening. Today is Tuesday, December 7, 2021. The time is 6 p.m. We are resuming the regular session of our regular meeting, the following of which will now come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the City as Housing Assets Successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Present.
Mayor Jones.
Here, thank you. We do have a quorum. Mr. D. Bortnowski, any closed session announcements to make?
Thank you, Mayor Jones. We had two items this evening. One was existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D1. And the case information is set forth on the agenda, including the case number. The second item was anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D2 and pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 E3. The facts and circumstances related to that are set forth on the agenda. At this time, there is no reportable action with respect to either of those items.
Thank you, Mr. D. Bortnowski. All right, we're now going to move on to the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation is going to be led this evening by Pastor Ian Rapier of Life Church, and our pledge will be led by Police Captain John Wickham. Pastor, welcome. Everyone, please rise if you can.
I want to read a quick scripture before we pray. It comes from Proverbs chapter 16, verse 9, and it says, "The heart of man plans his ways, but the Lord establishes his steps." And so let's pray. Heavenly Father, I pray and thank you for this time. And I thank you for each and every council member, each and every person represented here in this room. Father, even as each person comes with their plans, I ask that you would guide the decisions, that you would guide the conversations, that your purposes, your plans will be established in every decision. And I thank you, God, for the peace of this city because of what happens in this room. In the name of Jesus, I pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, Pastor, and thank you, Captain. All right, we're next going to move on to proclamations and special presentations.
Yes,
And
I don't have access to these doors and I need to go get my agenda.
Member Gomez, so that would be a point of privilege and you can raise that if you would like. So if you need to have your agenda, we certainly would want you to have that before you. So Mr. Metzler, can you?
Yeah,
Let
because I
Member
don't have
Gomez-
the keys. You three women do, but I'm the only one that doesn't.
Member
so-
Gomez is mistaken. All right. Please feel free to go get your agenda. We're going to go ahead and continue with the special presentation. This evening, we are going to have a moment of silence in remembrance of the wonderful Amy Hunter and in honor of her service to our community as a trustee with the Adelanto Elementary School District, which has half of its schools in Victorville. She was the founder of the nonprofit Another Level for Women. She was a board member on the Council for the High Desert Food Collaborative, and she was also a member of a number of other nonprofits in this community. So if everyone would kindly bow their heads in a moment of silence for this great woman, this great servant to our community. Thank you, everyone. All right, will the city clerk please present the agenda and any revisions thereto?
Madam Mayor, there is one revision to item 1 on the agenda, page 18, where the period of affordability for the proposed action is changed from 10 to 15 years for the duration of the 5-year plan. This change is based on recent direction received from the California Department of Housing and Community Development.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to the conflict of
Was
interest
that item
declarations. Does Councilmember Gomez wish to be recognized by the chair?
If you would like to clarify, was that item 8? Of course.
Yes, and in the future, it would be, it's appropriate for the council member to gain the recognition of the chair.
You typically do not recognize me.
This is untrue. All right, so conflicts of interest declarations. Council members, anyone have anything to declare? Seeing and hearing none, we're going to move on to the introduction to public comments. Madam Clerk, any request to speak from in chambers?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All right, well, welcome to tonight's meeting of the Victorville City Council. Your City Council is interested in your ideas and opinions, and furthermore endeavors to incorporate them into its deliberations. At the same time, the council must be able to carry out its business in an organized and efficient manner, free from material disruption. Therefore, this meeting will be administered in accordance with Government Code Section 54957.9 and our established policies and procedures. Individuals may speak on agenda items or on issues not posted on the agenda during the public comments section, providing those issues are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Individual speakers may address the council once per public comment period and once per each public hearing item for up to 3 minutes. Additional time may be allocated for appeal hearings in accordance with the city's adopted policy and procedures manual. All testimony must be directed solely to the council. Open meeting laws do not permit council members to engage in dialogue during the public comments periods. Speakers are requested to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Whether attending this meeting in person or via Zoom, once comments are invited, the speaker will be called on by name, then recognized by the presiding officer. The speaker will state the item number or numbers that will be addressed, or that the subject is a non-agendized matter. Audience members may not disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of this meeting, and those who do are subject to removal from the meeting pursuant to Penal Code 403. Your understanding and cooperation are appreciated. With that, Madam Clerk, our first speaker in chambers.
Marshall Haprov on a non-agendized item.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Haprov.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, esteemed council. My name is Marshall Haprov. I am the communication specialist for the Mojave Desert Air Quality Management District. And this fiscal year, I'm honored to be the chair of the board of directors for the Greater High Desert Chamber of Commerce. The GHDCC began operations on January 1st, 2021, a unification of previous Adelanto, Apple Valley, Hesperia, and Victor Valley Chambers of Commerce. The effort to merge began in earnest more than 5 years ago, and one of the most important facets of uniting those chambers was creating a louder, more effective legislative voice in Sacramento on behalf of our entire high desert. Our president, CEO, our legislative affairs committee chair, and members have been incredibly busy and stayed active throughout the pandemic, even prior to our official merger. Between our partnership with the Inland Empire Chamber Alliance and our participation in weekly Cal Chamber legislative sessions, we have taken and voiced positions on more than 50 pieces of legislation through September on behalf of our chamber members and high desert businesses. These are bills that affect businesses not just in our high desert, but across our county. Our Legislative Affairs Committee hosts monthly meetings on Zoom, and we consistently see at least 50 participants at each meeting. We host updates from local elected representatives, as well as guest speakers such as District Attorney Jason Anderson and the Congressional Redistricting Commission. The GHDCC remains focused on the health of our local economy and supports members and all businesses based here. We also continue to prioritize the unique traits of each of our 4 municipalities, whether it's council meetings like this one today, or hyper-local business ribbon cuttings and everything in between. We are committed to the movement and improvement of our greater high desert, the city of Victorville, and our residents and businesses. I encourage each of you to reach out to me directly, to President CEO Mark Creffield, or Legislative Affairs Chair Shannon Shannon for any questions or items of interest you may have for the Greater High Desert Chamber of Commerce. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. We have an echo. Can we deal with that, please? I'm going to test one more time. I still hear an echo. Is it me? So they can do that from back there?
Yes.
All right. Don't lower mine too much because otherwise I think me and Mayor Pro Tem might not be heard. We're pretty soft spoken. All right, it sounds better to me. So we'll go ahead and move on. Madam Clerk, additional requests? and
Yes, I would
changes?
like to speak as well.
Okay, thank you. So other than Member Gomez,
There are other members that I was getting ready to call.
thank you.
Rafael Porras,
Mr. Porras, welcome. Can you tell us which item you wish to speak to, or is it a non-agendized matter? Thank you.
Mayor, good evening. I want to talk about today is the day to the election of the new mayor.
Yes.
Directly, I have a meeting with the leaders community the last couple of weeks. We appointed Mr. Becerra to be our next mayor for the city of Victorville. You know, you'll be out of focus the last year. You may be in election next year and in the district. I run as against you next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Porras. Madam Clerk?
Mary Ann State,
Welcome. Well, thank you for being with us again. We appreciate it. Do you have a particular item that you wish to speak to, or is it a non-agendized matter?
Well, I think it is an agendized matter, but both actually.
Well, then you just go. Thank you, ma'am.
But I would like to speak to our top leaders, our Chief and Commander Joe Hope Biden, our Vice President Camilla Harris, as well as Jerome Powell, our Fed Chair. And it's in reference to respectfully requesting $100 million for our Sheriff's Department to go.
So madam, this is one of those issues that I certainly don't want to cut you off, but I don't know that that's within the subject matter jurisdiction of our city council, Mr. Bornowski.
Correct. Those sound more like federal issues that we don't have any jurisdiction over, but you said you had some other issues you may want to talk on, so.
Yes, please.
Well, San Bernardino County is the largest county in the United States of America, and we do have great needs here. So I am a resident of Victorville, California, and I would like to continue to see Victorville grow and become the Golden Key metropolis. I would like to see more businesses come in, and I would like to see our streets, to be very safe, and our businesses to be safe as well. And so we do have to have a law enforcement because we do call them for many things that we need. So I just wanted to show my appreciation and my appreciation for the hard work that you all do here, Mayor Jones and staff.
Thank
So
you.
basically, that's it. I'm concerned for the safety of our region and for the entire county of San Bernardino, mind you. It is the largest, once again, I'll say it again, the largest county in the nation. So we definitely could use all of the resources that we can get, with the hand of the Lord moving, as the pastor said, and everything to be in an orderly fashion and to have peace that surpasses all understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Madam Clerk.
there are no additional speakers other than Councilmember Gomez.
Thank you, Member Gomez. If you would kindly make your way to the podium. And to our audience members, Councilmember Gomez has elected to speak as a member of the public. She does so without the color of authority in her position as a council member. and the audience will have to decide for itself, as it does with any public speaker, the weight and or credibility it wishes to give to the comments being made.
Objection, that's bias.
Member Gomez, this is not a court of law. No one's on trial, and I'm certainly not a judge. I'm the presiding officer. Member Gomez, thank you. Welcome, Ms. Gomez, and if you would kindly let us know which agenda item or items you wish to speak to and whether any of it is a non-agenda.
So we have the First Amendment right. It's called the freedom of speech. During public comment, absolutely any commenter, whether they live in the city of Victorville or do not live in the city of Victorville, can choose to sing for 3 minutes, if that was their desire, about a country song that was their favorite, that deals with the San Francisco 49ers, or maybe a European country. It does not matter. Mr. Dibernowski does not have a say. He's a contracts attorney working for the city of Victorville. So when any member of the public comes to speak and wants to address anyone, whether it's a federal or state issue, or wants to speak and give congratulations to their granddaughter that just graduated or is turning 18 and wants to do it in a public venue and have it recorded, they are more than welcome and can do so without your personal interpretation or the council's personal interpretation of what we would allow for this to state. I want to make sure that that's loud and clear, because I know that for a fact. You can take me to court and sue me if you think I'm wrong. The other thing I would like to address is the recognition. Typically, it's your discretion. It's the discretion of the city council in perspective of how they would like to say who speaks under what color of what authority. That's your prerogative. Open meetings do allow agendized items for the council to speak directly to the person speaking here. So if I, Councilwoman, was sitting up there and wanted to address agenda number 1 and wanted to say something, I could, because the Brown Act does certainly allow it. And I challenge every single one of you sitting up there to say otherwise and bring it to a court system without using your personal authority of color to antagonize vulnerable people, people of color, people who are minority, who have the right to speak here. I personally always feel jeopardized, but I am the face of certain community groups and certain vulnerable populations that have allowed me to speak on their behalf. And those that do not, I don't represent those voices, despite the fact that I will speak and I say I do represent them. They might say I don't. So it's important that we realize that any public hearing or anything we say in this area, it's governmentally documented, despite the fact we have had people on Granicus erase and modify and tamper these video showings. And it's very evident. And there's a stronghold of it being done with a lot of administrative staff in the city of Victorville. And you can later on, Mrs. Jones, refer to what you think is an authority, Mr. Dibernowski, and let him know what he believes. But this is what I've stated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. Mr. Dibernowski, did you want to weigh in on any of that? Because there were some very caustic allegations.
Only to add that there are a reasonable time, place, manner with respect to any First Amendment rights, and the typical Brown Act requirements are that the discussion should be within the subject matter jurisdiction of the cities. That's been upheld by the courts.
Thank you. All right, with that said, were there any other requests in chambers that came in?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. With that said, the in-chambers public comments is now concluded. Moving on to Zoom requests, Madam Clerk.
Our first speaker is Alan Kay.
Good evening, Mr. Kay, and welcome to our meeting.
Hi, thank you for having me, council member and mayor. I'd like to comment on the agenda item number 14 regarding vinyl fencing. My name is Alan Kay with FenceWorks Incorporated. We do a fair amount of vinyl fencing throughout the state of California for all public and private builders. I just wanted to make it note to the council members and the mayor that we do a fair amount of vinyl fencing throughout the state of California. It is a growing item that all builders utilize, and it is aesthetically pleasing. It comes with a lifetime warranty. It is reasonably priced and supports responsible growth throughout the state of California. It does withstand 100-mile-an-hour wind loads, and we are seeking the council and the mayor's approval to have this as a standard in the city of Victorville in lieu of and in addition to block wall fencing. With that being said, I appreciate your time and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Kay. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Lou Monville.
Good evening, Mr. Monville, and welcome.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, thank you so much for the opportunity to be with you. Lou Monville, Baldy View chapter of the Building Industry Association. Appreciate the continued collaboration of the City of Victorville and your staff as we work to address California and San Bernardino County's ongoing housing crisis. I also call your attention to, as Mr. Kay did, item 14 on your discussion calendar tonight. I would ask that you bring back in January for formal action the modest suggestions that we have made related to vinyl fencing. As Alan noted, it's a product that not only has gained popularity because of its durability, its usefulness, its ability to have planters and cameras and art hung on it, all the kinds of things that folks want to do to adorn their backyards, and it's very popular in that regard. Most importantly, however, this addition in your code would provide flexibility and help maintain affordability. As all of you know, materials and supplies continue to increase. The current block wall standard adds as much as $10,000 per unit, which hurts affordability, particularly for those first-time home buyers and the new minority home buyers who are trying to get into the American dream. Finally, I think in a place like the high desert where wind is an issue, while they do withstand winds, vinyl fencing is also very easy to maintain and to repair and to replace. And again, we just think that this option will give flexibility and maximize both durability, but also aesthetics for the city of Victorville. So I want to thank you all and your staff for continuing to work with us in this regard. Would ask that you would bring this back to council for action at the first of the year. And until then, wish you all a wonderful holiday and Christmas season, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Chung.
Good evening, Ms. Chung. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, honorable council members and mayor. My name is Jennifer Chung. I'm with Pacific Communities. I just wanted to make a brief comment regarding agenda item number 14 as well on vinyl fencing, and kind of echo what Alan and Lou have just mentioned. As you may have heard before from the planning commissioners and from other meetings, vinyl fencing is really becoming the industry standard for us everywhere. We have seen it to be attractive, durable, and maintenance-free, and we use it in most of our projects all across Southern California, including homes in the millions that we have going in LA and Ventura County, as well as in other areas with more extreme weather conditions like Palmdale and Lancaster. And I have to say, we've never really had any warranty issues regarding vinyl fencing, if that is a concern. So just to reiterate what Lou said, we'd really like to urge the council to bring the BIA code recommendations to council in January to allow for fencing between homes. Thank you again for your consideration and happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chung. Madam Clerk.
Jonathan Simpson.
Good evening, sir, and welcome.
Good evening. Thank you so much. I'm here to speak on item number 14, the city's consideration for code language change to potentially adopt vinyl fencing for interior and shared lots in your residential zone in the city of Victorville. Thank you so much for giving us an opportunity to have this public discussion. Vinyl fencing is, like it was spoken earlier, is an item that has been very popular in Southern California and all over the United States, and has evolved considerably over the last 10 to 15 years to provide a very consumer-friendly, durable, and appropriate separation boundary for homes in Southern California. Just to reiterate some of the facts, we are able to maximize space between the homeowners with the vinyl fencing to provide bigger side yards and more opportunity for better setbacks. It's consumer friendly, it's easily replaced and customizable, affordable for the homeowner, as was mentioned before. Very durable product that we find very appealing, and our homeowners are very happy to have those that type of fence installed. The language does still consider and require block wall fencing in your front side yards. That's in public view, and of course at perimeters as well. So we're excited about the opportunity and really do appreciate the collaboration that the city has had with us in discussion and having the opportunity to talk about this in public. So thank you for your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Scott Rafferty.
Good evening and welcome, Mr. Rafferty.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak briefly in anticipation of tomorrow's hearing. I continue to be optimistic that we can come to a consensus and hopefully get all the council members on behind one of the maps and a sequence, because it's a challenge when you have 4 people and you don't have a full complement to get there. But I'm encouraged that the public submissions we got both are very compact. Number 2 has 2 majority districts. I think it's possible, as you know, 3 of the incumbents are up in 2024. I think if the open Latino seat is run next year, that it would be appropriate to have the district in which Mayor Jones lives also run. So I think there's a real basis to move forward with some enthusiasm. I want to point out we took the city manager's advice very seriously. He lives in Brentwood. Our map, that map 2, is the only map that keeps Brentwood intact. Also, I think all the maps keep Eagle Ranch intact, assuming you don't extend it as some maps do east of 395. So I think it's a way forward. Maybe there are tinkering and revisions that'll come out tomorrow, but I hope you'll give it serious consideration, because I think it's something that could really bring the city together and resolve this very amicably. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rafferty, and we continue to appreciate your optimism. Madam Clerk.
Larry Mason.
Good evening, Mr. Mason. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you, Mayor Jones and council members, for giving me the moment to speak. I too would like to speak about agenda item number 14. I'm sure you've all seen the letter from Carlos Rodriguez, as well as from myself representing the High Desert Association of Realtors back in September regarding the vinyl fencing solution. I really don't see at this time why we would want to do anything that was going to increase housing in Victorville, especially in a case where we're looking right now at a 30% inflation in housing costs over the past year, that you're going to be inflating it even more. The block wall fencing, in a way, can hurt a homeowner in the fact that if a homeowner wants to put a above ground spa in the backyard, now they're going to have to incur the cost of renting a crane with block wall fencing. Same thing with the built-in pool. They're going to have to get a crane to crane the tractor into the backyard, as well as craning the dirt out. There's many other things to look at with regards to block wall fencing. Additionally, on the resale of a home with block wall fencing, an appraiser is not going to give them any more value, so they're going to lose that added expense that they paid at the beginning of buying the house when they go to resell the market. So, I think we've heard enough from the other speakers tonight just on the viability of using vinyl fencing as part of the solution. But also, I think from aesthetics, that the vinyl fencing is going to provide more of a warm feeling in the backyard as opposed to gray block wall fencing. We're looking right now, we have a 3 to 4 week inventory time. And we don't see that slowing down at all, as well as the inflation and pricing. California as a whole has a 3.5 million home shortage. And in a typical market that's not a buyer or a seller's market, it's a 6-month inventory, and we're looking at 3 to 4 weeks right now. So I'd really like to ask the mayor and the council to reconsider this and go back to Victorville and go back to planning, see if we can add the vinyl fencing for the interior homes in January. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Roger LaPlante.
Good evening, Mr. Plant. Welcome, LaPlante. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I want to speak tonight about something a little bit more important than vinyl fencing. I want to piggyback what the Honorable Councilwoman Gomez was talking about, was the First Amendment right to speak. Today is December 7th, 2021. My father joined the United States Navy after hearing about the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor 80 years ago today. We all serve for the Constitution of the United States of America. Last council meeting, I saw our mayor stop the First Amendment right of a Sikh gentleman that was trying to talk about the districting and how his meditation center would be beneficial to the city of Victorville. But your racist mayor cut him off. The First Amendment of the United States is a guaranteed freedom of speech. We cannot take that away, Madam Mayor. We cannot take that away from our.
Speak to the full of the council.
Okay, council. We cannot take that right away. Our people go to combat and die for that right. And you could care less, Mayor Jones. I know you're a racist.
The chair is cautioning you again to speak to the full of the council.
Okay, the council in general is being racist by allowing you, the mayor, to talk to people like that in our community and to talk to an elected council member that way. You can't even figure out their names. You have no clue. You are a racist. You need to resign for the combat veterans of the United States that died for the First Amendment. You're a disgrace, Mayor Jones.
Mr. LaPlante, again, you're free to make your thoughts known, but please direct your comments to the full of the council.
Okay, can you continue to stop my First Amendment right? I'm not going to stop. I don't know where you think the city of Victorville is given the right to you to cut us off. I don't think they understand how detrimental you are to our city. And that's all I got to say. God bless Victorville and elect Gomez, because she's the only competent person on that dais.
Thank you, Mr. LaPlante. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Galaxy A12.
Good evening, sir, madam. Do you have
Good
a
evening,
particular
madam.
item that you wish to speak to, or is it an agendized matter?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. This is Maggie Martin. Non-agendized item, a non-agendized item, Madam Mayor and Council. Let me first just say that's a real tough act to follow. That one, yeah, that one. That was really something special. So, listen, I want to try and. I'm a little irritated for obvious reasons. I want to try and stay focused with what I need to say, which is I'm going to address the appointment process of this evening for the mayor and the mayor pro tem. I just want to keep it short, simple, sweet. I think things should stay exactly how they currently are, primarily because we have two brand new members on the council. I think a little more time would give them an advantage here in the near future. So that said, if you give me a moment, I'm going to cut over to my Facebook page. Hold on just a moment. Bear with me. Okay, and I posted this today, and many people are already aware of it because I did share it. But this highlights my sentiment. Okay, so it's posted today. Tonight is important for the city of Victorville. It is my hope that our mayor, Deborah Jones, will be reappointed. Why, you may ask? It's so simple. On her first day on the dais, December 10th, 2018, her opening remarks to the public electrified me, inspired me, and instilled my confidence and trust in her. Then, as a council member, and now as mayor, she has held true to her commitments to us. Good luck, Mayor Jones, and God bless you, and God bless our beloved Victorville. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Madam Clerk.
Basil Kimbrough.
Good evening, Mr. Kimbrough. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
I have just a couple of issues I want to speak on. First, in regards to the fencing, I am the chair and president of the California Victorville African American community, and we wholeheartedly support BIA and their fencing. We think it's fair. We think those people that in certain communities, it'll be affordable, and it's something that we actually look forward to. And we hope that the Planning Commission brings it back for approval. Secondly, we support Mr. Rafferty. As you know, we've been with him from the very beginning. And some of the maps that we've had a chance to see, which we'll speak on tomorrow. But I think it gives everybody an opportunity, a fair opportunity, where each person or each district can have their person instead of going to like one person for the entire city. But I'll further comment on that tomorrow. And I appreciate you giving me the opportunity. But again, finally, I want to be very clear. We support the BIA and the fencing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kimbrough. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Ryan McEachran.
Good evening, Mr. McEachran. Welcome. Mr. McEachran, are you with us? All right, Madam Clerk, we're going to go on and we'll come back to Mr. McEachran.
Madam Mayor, there's no additional speakers.
All right, then will you kindly set the timer for 1 minute? As we've had a number of speakers this evening, we want to make sure that we give an opportunity at least for Mr. McEachran to get in, as well as any other members attending by Zoom who may wish to speak and are having difficulty.
So today it's 1 minute, not 30 seconds, correct?
Member Gomez has not
Is
been
that yes?
recognized
Thank
by
you
the-
for clarification. I appreciate it. 1 minute, not 30 seconds.
Member Gomez is not facilitating this meeting. Madam Clerk, 1 minute, please.
It's because it's McEachran. We want to give him a chance, buddy like this.
Mr. D. Bortnowski, is it appropriate to allow additional time when there's been quite a host of commenters?
Absolutely, that's within your purview to do that, and I think it's very accommodating.
Well, do it more often, not when McEachran speaks.
Given the number of speakers that we've already had.
Thank you.
What? 1 minute is up.
That's 1 minute. Any request to speak?
We can try Mr. McEachran again. There are no other speakers.
Sure, try Mr. McEachran. Mr. McEachran, are you with us? Mr. McEachran? Okay, we're still not able to get him despite the time allowed for all of our public members. That being said, the public comment period is now closed and the chair brings the matter back to the council. We're now going to move on to our first business in order, which is public hearings, beginning with item number 1. And this is consideration of the Permanent Local Housing Allocation PLHA grant application, adoption of a 5-year PLHA plan to utilize grant funds for the Wellness Center, and an amendment to the annual budget for fiscal year 2021-2022 to reflect an additional appropriation of PHLA revenues and expenditures in the amount of $983,520. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. PLHA was born out of SB2 in 2017 and provides entitlement cities like Victorville with ongoing funding to help further affordable housing and homelessness related activities. We were entitled to receive in the 2021 fiscal year about $638,000 and were entitled to receive in this current fiscal year about $983,000. It's expected over the course of the 5-year program that Victorville should receive directly about $3.8 million. This item approves a standard template agreement with HCD and updates our 5-year plan. The template agreement is effectively necessary to perfect our ability to receive the aforementioned funds. So with that, the author on this item is your city planner, Mr. Scott Webb. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you. With that said, Madam Clerk, will you kindly read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council approve resolution number 21-110, supporting and authorizing the submission to the State of California Department of Housing and Community Development, the Permanent Local Allocation PLHA application, and adoption of a 5-year PLHA plan, authorizing the city manager or his designee to execute the PLHA program application, the standard agreement, and other documents as deemed necessary to facilitate receipt and use of the PLHA funds, and resolution 21-111, authorizing an amendment to the annual budget for fiscal year 2021-2022 to reflect an additional appropriation of revenues and expenditures in the amount of $983,520.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we're now going to move on to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report and further as it relates to the purpose of this agenda item. We're going to begin with Member Becerra.
No questions, Madam Mayor.
Member Gomez.
Yes, how is the community engaged in the process?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. As part of this funding source, the state requires that we bring this a 5-year plan forward as part of a public hearing. So that's what we're doing today. The 5-year plan was posted on our city website, and we've also noticed the plan through the daily press.
And did the city of Victorville on November 15th and November 17th consider opinions of the public during the HUD workshop that took place at the Activity Center in Victorville?
That is actually a separate funding source. That was activity related to our consolidated action plan, which is will help steer the funding for CDBG and home funds. That's a federal funding source. This is actually a state entitlement funding source, which is held to different standards.
And is the 5% of the nearly million, so there's 5% of nearly $1 million. Roughly, if that's about 50,000, how much of that will individuals receive as a contribution for their status as being employed, and including members that are not paid or volunteer, if that's even an option?
The 5% admin cost is typical in these type of funding sources. It's the maximum for this state funding source, whereas like CDBG, home funds allow up to 20% of the allocation to be, up to 10% of the allocation to be for admin costs. That's for the day-to-day operations of the funds and reporting to the state in this case. Those would be assumed by city staff to administer all of the paperwork associated with the grant.
Okay, and if you would refer to your report, if you would be able to please break down the second paragraph of the report and explain in a different manner how the various dollars amount correlate to the resolution that was just read by the city clerk. There's several layers of inferences and implicit information that was not captured in the report, and I believe your experience can help tease out some of that language. If you want, I can read it as well. It starts with under this formula.
Yes, so the formula is created by the state, and it's based on the amount of funds that are generated through real estate transactions in a year. That's in accordance with Senate Bill 2. So the state basically takes all of these funds that they receive every year, and then they have a formula where they allocate those funds out to each of the entitlement cities, and we are one of those. Last year, we received an allocation of over 600,000. This year, we're anticipating over 900,000. And this is a permanent funding source, so we expect to receive funds from PLHA each year. But that paragraph just basically reiterates what's in the notice of funding availability from the state that lays out how those funds are distributed to each entitlement jurisdiction.
So it went beyond just the state level. It also spoke about the San Bernardino County. So if that's just undergirded within, it is just encompassing it. And if that's what you're saying, I don't need further explanation. But if there's a different tier with the County of San Bernardino, if you could just briefly detail that as well.
There is not a different tier. These funds come directly from the state to the locality.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
You're
Mayor Pro
welcome.
Tem Irving.
No, I found the staff report to be rather what am I trying to say? In other words, it was straightforward, but I do appreciate Councilmember Gomez for asking for greater clarity. I don't have any questions or discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving. And the chair has no questions and opens the public hearing to receive public testimony. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. With that said, will you please set the timer for 30 seconds in the event that we have someone from our Zoom audience who may wish to speak on this item but might be having technical difficulties. This will allow those individuals to overcome those challenges.
Madam Mayor, 30 seconds has lapsed and I have no additional speakers.
Thank you. With that said, the chair closes the public hearing and brings the item back to the council. I now invite a motion from the Victorville City Council.
Madam Mayor, I motion that we approve of resolution 21-110 and 21-111.
Second.
Yes, thank you. We have a first and a second, and we're going to move on to discussion on the pending motion, beginning with the maker, Member Becerra.
No discussion. Thank you for all the work in it. As Mayor Pro Tem said, very informative.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, it was irrelevant to bring that comment, Ms. Becerra, and I don't know why you weren't
Member
chastised for
Gomez,
it,
as to the
just like I
pending
am right now,
motion.
hence
Member
bias,
Gomez, as to the
objection,
pending-
bias, and foundation
moving
on you. Thank you
forward.
very much for letting me speak out the turn, just like Ms. Becerra did.
You will follow, please, the established policies and procedures of this
So will
council.
Becerra, and
Moving
you and
on.
Leslie Irving. We're an equal.
Moving on, the chair has, yes, of course you are. The chair has no comments on the pending motion and closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra?
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council has just taken action in accordance with the recommendation posted on the agenda. We're now going to move on to our next business in order, which is the consent calendar items 2 through 7.
I'd like to speak on 3 to 6.
Okay, so you're going to make minor, okay, so minor clarification or minor questions?
Items 3 to 6, absolutely.
Yes, all right, thank you very much. All right, any other council members? All right, with that said, Member Gomez, will you please start with item
Yes.
number 3?
So number 3 talks about the payroll warrants. And it's about 1.5 million that is being divvied out 2 weeks. So I saw employee number 3473 who gets every 2 weeks 9,799.94, and employee number 1718 who gets $10,442.03 for a week period of October 15th to October 29th. In other words, it's, if you double it, the employees are receiving more than what the lower average Victorville residents would make. And that's my comment on that one. Number 4, commercial demand is about $7.9 million. And I was wondering this question: what employees and what departments are getting paid their fees to attend the Rotary Club?
So was that on item number 6? Because that's
Number
Venus.
4, item number 4 was,
Okay, because you initially said 3 and 6, so item
no,
number
3
4?
through 6.
3 through 6, my
Yes.
apologies. All right. Mr. Metzler.
The question specific to Rotary, the city does pay for 2 memberships that I'm aware of. One is membership for the city manager and one is membership for the fire chief.
Thank you. And for the 5 quarterly investment report as of September 30, 2021, after George Harris, the treasurer, left, we have no treasurer. And I was noticing, are we going to hire someone? Because Mr. Mendiola is carrying several duties from purchasing. He's now the finance director, and I think he's the treasurer. So I wanted to understand that perspective.
Okay, so that one would involve more discussion. You're
Okay.
free to request that item be pulled if you would wish.
I'm sorry, did you ask a question?
Yeah, that's not really something that's for minor clarification. That's would require a fuller discussion. So if council member would wish to discuss that in some form or fashion, she'll have to request the item be pulled.
Yeah, that wouldn't happen with these 3 votes. I wouldn't get it. So I
Moving
just
on
want to
into
put it
item-
on the record, and I placed it on the record, no response.
Item number
This-
6.
The last one is VMS operating results for year 22, quarter number 1. My question is the sheet attached one from a more extensive report? It appears to be, so just looking for clarity.
I'm not sure I understood that question. You asked
Yeah.
if it was from a more expensive report.
A more extensive, EXTENSIVE, extensive report?
This is a summary of our sales data, our usage data. This is a standard quarterly document that we provide to the council.
Okay, so then it's a 1-page front and back. It just seems like there was more pages, but if that's not the case, I thank you for the clarification. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
You're
All right,
welcome.
with that said, Member Becerra, with that said, the chair now invites a motion from the council and the council sitting on its various boards to adopt the recommendations set out on the consent calendar items 2 through 7.
So moved.
Thank you. We have a first by Mayor Pro Tem Irving and a second by Member Becerra. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Yes, so thank you. The council and the council acting in its various capacities has adopted the recommendations as posted on the agenda. Our next business in order is written communications, beginning with item number 8. And this is the Local Transportation Fund claim for fiscal year 2020, 2021 in the amount of $41,322. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item also is something that we do on an annual basis, though this does require specific action from the council to actually claim effectively what is a residual amount to the local transportation fund, residual to mass transit. So in this particular case, and I'll back up just for 2 seconds, LTF, which stands for the Local Transportation Fund, that is actually a fund that's generated through the sales tax. And if you took the standard sales tax in California, there's about 75 cents of that is for transportation. Of that 75, 25% is specific to LTF, and we did not include Measure I tax as a part of that. So we're talking about that 25 cents that's generated on sales in Victorville. That amount has to go for transit priorities. And the priority, at least in this county, has been on mass transit. So effectively, after transit has been funded, and in this particular case it has, we've identified the amount available to us with the action before this council tonight, then we can officially submit that claim to SBCTA and then draw down those funds. With that, the author on this item is your Director of Public Works and Water, Mr. Doug Matthews. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council authorize by minute action the filing of the LTF Article 8 claim form for fiscal year 2020, 2021, requesting to receive an apportionment in the amount of $41,322.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to technical questions for clarification, beginning with Member Becerra.
No question.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes, is there a presentation of the report for this item coming up?
The item that we're on, it's not my understanding that we have a presentation.
Okay, so referent to item number 8, it sounds like there's a medley of intragovernmental funding. Would you explain differently the STA and the TDA in context with the state, county, and local cities without rereading the communication, because it's packed with, and I'm looking at it with as much as possibly a technical eye, but I don't have that experience backing. So if you can please layman terms here.
Well, this particular item is not dealing with the STA, which is an acronym for the State Transit Assistance. I think you're getting that acronym from the staff report, where it actually speaks to a much larger Transportation Development Act, which funds 2 particular programs, the STA and the LTF. In this particular item, we're dealing specifically with the LTF, which stands for Local Transportation Fund.
So then if you would entertain, then would you please delve a little deeper, because the explanation was to tell me how I didn't read it accurately, and I appreciate that. So in conversation with what you just stated, can you please help me understand how this program, which is being funded, it seems, by different entities, are interconnected with Victorville, and how our approval of this would help aid our community members?
So the funding is generated specifically from local taxable sales. So the best example is if a automobile was purchased in Victorville, there's a sales tax component charged to the purchase of that vehicle. And inside that sales tax charge is a component, in this particular case, 0.25 of the 7 3/4 sales tax rate actually gets pulled out and eventually collected by the state, then distributed to the local agencies, in this particular case, SBCTA. And that amount then gets held by SBTA to first fund the transit priority. And to the extent there's money residual to that priority of funding, then we as the city can make claim for it, which is what we're trying to do in this particular item, to where then we can actually use those funds for some of our road maintenance type activities.
So is my understanding somehow that transportation dealt with the VVTA? Is that in some regards not on point?
No, that is on point. That is our identified local mass transit priority. And in fact, Our share, the amount that's generated locally, then gets peeled off by SBCTA to fund VVTA.
Okay, so let me see if there's a lot of acronyms falling here. So in essence, somehow SBCTA is involved with us getting some transportation funding money that would help VBTA and potentially other areas or other facets of transportation to help aid our community to have better roads, better transportation, and maybe so forth.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
You're welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No discussion or questions.
Thank you. And the chair has none and invites a motion from the Victorville City Council.
I'd like to make that motion as recommended by staff.
You want to move that? Sure. We have a first by Member Gomez. Is there a second?
I second it.
Thank you. We have a first and a second discussion on the pending motion, beginning with the maker, Member Gomez.
None at the moment.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
No, no discussion.
Thank you. The chair has none. Discussion period's closed. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council has just taken action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda. Moving on to item number 9. This is the replacement and upgrade of the magnesium hydroxide storage and delivery system at the industrial wastewater treatment facility. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. As you know, we own, operate, and maintain a wastewater treatment facility just north of the Southern California Logistics Airport. And it's responsible for treating a certain amount of commercial and domestic flows from the community, but also has a specific component built into the wastewater treatment plant where it's capable of handling industrial flows. And particularly on the industrial flow side of the operation, there's an increased need to manage the influent and the constituency levels so that we can properly pre-treat the industrial effluent before the commingling with domestic. It's a part of the larger treatment process, which ultimately yields a reclaimed water after all of the effluent is effectively treated. We have a need to upgrade a system.
Mr. Wickham, do you have an emergency? Or why are you
Ms.
guys leaving?
Gomez.
I'm sorry, I saw a quick
Does not have the
movement and I
floor.
was
If Ms.
startled.
Gomez
Okay, I was startled.
to make a
Is there a
point of
reason
order- Member
that something is
Gomez,
happening here?
Not been recognized.
Okay,
You've
well,
not
he just
asserted a
walked like
point of
something
privilege
happened and
or
there was a
point
second
of order
deputy
and
following him.
suspend.
So I want to make sure
Moving
we're safe
on.
here,
Mr.
okay?
Metzler, will you please continue? We're going to despite.
Well, looks like there's no harm being done. Thank you for making sure that there's no emergency.
My apologies for this outburst.
No, there is no apologies. If I feel startled and I see the captain running, should I be running too?
Madam
There's a
Clerk,
second captain running after him. Should I be running?
the member's mic, the chair has ruled that the member has not asserted a point of privilege or a point of order and has not been recognized. Mr. Metzler. So,
So
yeah,
the
Mr. Metzler, thank you.
Because
Thank-
there's no emergency, as I've been told. Instead of being chastised, I was kindly told.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and
Yes,
members of
Mr.
the
Metzler.
council. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and members of the council. So with this item, particularly, we use and have found effective a chemical that's magnesium hydroxide, and we use it to help manage the TDS levels before they actually get into the plant. And so this particular item will help upgrade and automate from a manual system effectively is what we have currently to help us better operate the plant. So with that, your city engineer, Mr. Brian Gangler, is the author on this item, and he's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. All right, Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council approve amendment number 12 to the agreement between the City of Victorville and Woodard and Kern, Inc. for the replacement and upgrade of the magnesium hydroxide storage and delivery system at the industrial wastewater treatment facility to increase the not to exceed amount by $340,000.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to technical questions for clarification as to the agenda item, beginning with Member Gomez. Okay, Member Gomez, will you please, I was unaware that it was muted. Is it muted? It's difficult to hear what the ranting is. That the mic is on, and please do not use the separate mic. We have an installed system with the council. Okay,
So thank you. I appreciate it. And there's no rant. And I'm a city council member and I represent everybody in here. So you said
Member
we're at number
Gomez,
9.
then
I'm looking at you
technical-
because I'm getting back on track. You said number 9, right?
technical questions for clarification.
Yes.
Please follow the agenda.
Got it. Got it. Follow the agenda without your rant too. So item number 9, there's a placement of grade of the magnesium hydroxide. So I was trying to understand some of the treatment that's happening, and it looks like we have an actual laborer that takes twice a day doing some kind of mixing. So one of my questions that spun from this was, if you bear with me, there's an amendment to the contractual processes that appears to dictate a real-time need of industrial wastewater treatment facility. However, it doesn't appear to be a norm. Would you explain how the amendments function within the forecast of future modifications of service for the IWWTF plant?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I struggled with that question. Could you?
Well, no need. I can repeat it. You were up when I was trying to ask that question, so you weren't paying attention either, like I wasn't in the beginning. So
Gomez, that
reading the
is
reporting
how to
and then
tap
the
members.
report, it was really difficult for me to follow what was actually happening. So I tried to make it succinct for my personal understanding. So it looks like there's things that happen within that plant. And for some reason, we're doing amendments. So it triggered a thought, if we are doing so many amendments, once we have a contract, did we not know of this? Or is this just procedure where amendments are just the norm? And then we have someone come in and that's just the process. So there's 2 options here. It's we did something wrong and oops, we got to fix it with an amendment, or the modifications are just something that's done very typical. That's plain and simple.
The amendment process has been used in this particular case to effectuate not only the contract that was originated over 10 years ago, but also to help adapt to the constantly changing environment when it comes to treating wastewater. And it's more so changing on the industrial side. I'll try to give you an example of what goes on out there and why you're seeing this particular case. And I think speaking to the question, this is not exactly something we were able to foresee. We've actually used the amendment process to be able to adapt to changing situations with respect to flows coming to the plant. Having adapted to the point where we're at today, we've identified a more efficient way to be able to manage in this particular case, the use of Magox to manage our TDS. But saying it differently, to give you an example of what's happening out there, our principal industrial customer that is discharging to the wastewater treatment plant is Dr. Pepper Snapple. Don't quote me, but I think they have 7 production lines in their plant, and each of those production lines are producing a variety of products that they own and manufacture. The spillage, I think, is the best way to characterize, things that come off of the production lines that get collected into a drainage system that discharges effectively into the industrial side of the sewer. Different products have different constituencies. For example, you might have a tomato juice product that has high total dissolved solids, is what TDS is. It might also have high acidity, where you might have other products that don't have necessarily those characteristics. So we've had to use the amendment process, and in this particular case, we're using it again to help upgrade our plant to better manage those variances in the discharge from the actual industrial customer. Their flows aren't the easiest to predict. We do work very closely with them to give us advance notice if they're going to send us things with high levels of acidity or TDS. And this allows us to basically manage the plant better so that we don't disrupt the rest of the plant, kill the bugs and potentially have a plant that has to get shut down until we can reseed the plant to actually retreat flows.
Okay, so is there also a daily man labor that goes into the mixing of the chemicals?
I'm not aware of a daily mandate. Brian, I think are you aware of a daily mandate? I think everything in terms of the chemicals that we use are really responsive to the influent.
Was the question a daily manual labor? I didn't.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, typically, yes, council members, thank you. Typically, there is some manual labor involved in the current system, and that's one of the reasons why we want to replace and upgrade it to automate it.
Okay, so, and that goes, you probably have answered my question, but for the record, I'm going to go ahead and state it again. Again, meaning you've responded to it, but I'm not too sure. Or is the system automatically done with artificial intelligence through systems already in place at the plant? It's my understanding that you said we're replacing human hands.
Your time
with
is
AI
up.
intelligence. Thank you.
Can you answer that, Mr. Ginglard?
Yes, in the staff report, it briefly describes that, and this new system would be automated, so it would not require manual labor.
Thank you. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No, I don't have any questions for discussion. I had an opportunity to visit this facility. It's quite,
Yes, thank you.
sophisticated.
Member Becerra.
Yes, Mr. Metzler, if I may ask Mr. Gangler a question. Mr. Gangler, I noticed in the staff report, it states that we are going from a 3,300 gallon tank to a 4,000 gallon tank, and it's all going to be automated. Now, will this help us if Dr. Pepper Snapple starts increasing production on their end?
Well, the plant was designed 11 years ago to accept more flow than we've been receiving. It was designed to receive a maximum flow of about 900,000 gallons a day of industrial flow. So it already has that capability. And the flow we get today is only a fraction of that. So in short, the plant was already designed to receive more flow.
Okay, so we're going automated and we're going to receive more flow. With the new building going up out there, will this building be connected to the plant?
No, it won't. Those flows from those other uses will not be, well, they will be flowing to our plant, yes, but they will be going on the part of the plant that just treats the non-industrial type flows.
Okay, so that's what this is about. As Mr. Metzler stated, it has to do with what Dr. Pepper releases into the flow. That's why we're cleaning it up. All right, thank you very much, sir.
And if I might, the increased storage, instead of relating it to an increase in flow, the increased storage of MagOx will allow us to handle the larger swings above. TDS is our issue, and that's our concern, and that's what we're trying to manage. And our plant is designed to handle an influent of TDS at level X. And when TDS comes in at level Y to the third power, let's say, exponentially greater is my point, it's going to require more magnesium hydroxide to knock down the TDS levels, at least to an acceptable level that doesn't disrupt the plant.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you, Member Becerra. And the chair has no questions on this and invites a motion from the Victorville City Council.
Madam Mayor, I motion to approve staff recommendation.
I'll second it.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Becerra, second by Member Gomez. Moving on to discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Member Becerra.
No discussion, thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Not now.
Thank you. This is the opportunity, however.
Of course, but not now means no interpretation.
Thank you. Mayor Pro
You're
Tem
welcome.
Irving.
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. And the chair has none. Discussion period's closed. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So we've just adopted the recommendation as posted on the agenda. Moving on to item number 10, approval of Vista del Valle final track maps. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and members of the council. Yeah, this is actually taking a certain number of tracks, 7 tentative tracks, I believe, from the current tentative stage to a final stage. This is for subdivisions or tentative subdivisions in the Mesa Linda Smoke Tree Streets at the very southwesterly part of our community. So with that, as we typically go through this process of going from tentative to final, there's also traditional subdivision agreements and security agreements that accompany the recordation of the final maps. So with that, the author on this item is your city engineer, Mr. Brian Gangler. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council regarding tract maps number 17582, 17583, 17584, 17585, 17586, 17587, and 17588, approve the final tract maps, approve the subdivision improvement agreement between the city and Joshua Tree Fund 589 VIC LLC, and approve the lien agreement between the city and Joshua Tree Fund 589 VIC LLC as security for the public improvements for said tracks.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to technical questions for clarification, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I think this is pretty standard. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Becerra.
No questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, our installations of public improvements waived, contracted to other entities, or collaborated among other owners who would benefit from its improvements.
I believe the answer to that is no, though I'm not exactly sure the question is on point with what this item is speaking to. This is just approving a professional service agreement.
And rather than a
All right,
subdivision,
I'm
We're on
sorry.
item 10.
I'm on number 10.
Mhm.
Can you restate your question, please?
well, if it's not on point, then why would I ask? That's what was said to me, so I'm just going to take it as obviously I misunderstood, and my question is not going to be responded to. I can't ask it any other way. I could repeat it if you'd like.
So that we can understand your question, yeah, it'd been nice if you'd repeat it.
Yeah, so as repeated, as stated here, it says, are installations of public improvements, will they be something that's waived, contracted to other entities, or collaborated among other owners who would benefit from its improvements?
Yes.
Well, you had said no when so yes, and can you provide a little bit of context as to why you responded yes? So yes, there's benefits to
Member
the
Gomez, hold just a
improvements,
moment.
the
Madam
entities
Clerk,
and
will
the
you give Member
collaboration. Is
Gomez
that what
an
you're saying
additional
yes
10
to?
seconds? Because it seemed like there was some confusion there. So Member Gomez, you've just been given additional 10 seconds because I think there was some honest confusion on the way that was asked and perceived. So you have that time.
So just yes, and would you please, maybe a sentence would be enough for me to understand, because now I felt I didn't ask the right question, so.
No, I think you did. I just think it was an innocent miscommunication and or misunderstanding. So
Yes, I misunderstood because I thought we were on number 11. So I was understanding the term public improvements in a different context than this particular item, but you're understanding the way you articulated is correct.
Okay, then the next question is, rather than a subdivision lien, what are other options for the subdivision to move forth? Like, for example, there's a bond, maybe any other options. That's just to understand, if I do understand that there's an actual lien being taken.
Different forms of securities, bond, cash, or lien agreements. The more common over the course of the last couple of years has been the lien agreement.
And from the onset of the application submitted to us having it now, how long did that process take approximately?
Which process, the recording or the securities?
For the item, so anything that's incumbent upon this item that would be inclusive?
It could have been a while. I don't know the history of this because it involves, Brian, Mr. Gangler, do you know the history of this to understand how long we've been dealing with this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. I can go off my memory. I don't have the background in front of me that goes over the full history, but these tracks were entitled many years ago through the Planning Commission and then had many time extensions over the years. And I know in more recent history, within the last couple of years, there was a movement by the owner of the land and also who is the developer to move these towards having improvement plans that were in a state ready to be approved and to get the tracks ready to record so that they would be able to, in essence, make this ready to develop. And that push was in the last couple of years. And so as I recall, these tracks were, maybe Mr. Webb might recall, I'm not sure, but they were entitled well before the Great Recession. So that goes well over 10 years ago. And in more recent history, the last few months, we've been checking the maps, checking the plans, and everything's ready to approve. And so there's been a lot of activity on this in the last few months.
Okay, so a final question then. It's my understanding that sometimes these projects can be prolonged and take long from beginning to end. However, if there's any kind of maybe conflict or intrusion or changing of property or any kind of modification, then I can foresee many years. So I thought this was an item that might have taken maybe 2 or 3 years, but it was a problem because of the COVID-19 or not. So I appreciate your explanation and I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Chair has no questions and invites a motion from the council.
Madam Mayor, I motion that we approve staff's recommendation for the tracks as listed.
And I'll second that.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Becerra, a second by Member Gomez. Moving on to discussion on the pending motion, beginning with the maker, Member Becerra.
No discussion.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
No.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
No.
Thank you. Chair has none. Discussion's closed. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council's adopted staff recommendation is posted on the agenda. Moving on to item number 11, SCLA Reclaimed Water Reservoir 2 with 1 million gallon capacity and pump station project design services. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. With the goal of trying to expand capacity and improve our reclaimed water quality and reliability services, it's been envisioned for some time to have an additional 1 million gallon storage facility out at SCLA. Currently, we have an existing 1 million gallon above ground tank. That's the large tank on the north side of what's the main road there? Air Expressway, sorry. At the former West Winds Golf Course. And it's envisioned necessary to have additional capacity also to accommodate additional growth. So with that, this item actually takes us from vision to design, and staff is actually bringing forward a professional service agreement to deal with the design of that proposed overhead storage tank. With that, the author on this item is your city engineer, Mr. Brian Gengler. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable Victorville Water District Board of Directors approve the consultant professional services provider agreement with David Evans and Associates, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $308,480 for the design services for the SCLA Reclaimed Water Reservoir 2 with 1 million gallon capacity and pump station project.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to technical questions for clarification as it relates specifically to this agenda item, beginning with Member Becerra.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes. What is the name of the funding account that will be associated to where this money will come from?
Account 413 looks like a reclaimed water fund. In fact, yes, it's right there on page 317 in the fiscal impact section.
And will this reservoir be reclaimed water as well?
That's correct.
And what is the reclaimed water currently used for? In other words, for agriculture, for what else?
The primary, our biggest user of the reclaimed water is the High Desert Power Plant. So it's used in the cooling of the production of electricity at that facility. Alternatively, it goes for irrigation purposes. Schmidt Park, for example, is irrigated with reclaimed water.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a point for clarification. So this new tank is going to address reclaimed water usage for the anticipated growth at the airport? Okay,
That's
thanks.
correct.
Thanks.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving. And the chair has no questions and invites a motion from the Victorville Water District Board of Directors.
I'd like to make the motion as recommended by staff.
Okay. Thank you. We have a first by Member Gomez, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Moving on to discussion on the pending motion, beginning with our maker, Member Gomez.
No.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Welcome.
None, thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
No questions.
Thank you. The chair has none. Discussion period's closed. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the Victorville Water District Board of Directors has adopted staff's recommendation. Moving on to item number 12. This is the Southwest gas easements on airport and city property on Air Expressway and Turner Road. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, this is just perfecting the right of easement for a gas line constructed along what was Turner, the former section of Turner Road, the closed down section of Turner Road. So we've actually worked to better define legally that easement. So with that, this item is to perfect the right of use by the Southwest Gas Company for their newly constructed gas line. So the author on this item is your city engineer, Mr. Brian Gangler. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
Staff recommends that the Honorable Southern California Logistics Airport Authority grant an exclusive utility easement to Southwest Gas Corporation on assessors parcel numbers 0459-19401, 0459-19412, 0459-19416, and 0459-21114, as described in the attached documents. The Honorable City Council grant an exclusive utility easement to Southwest Gas Corporation on assessor parcel numbers 0468-26102 and 0472-17134, as described in the attached documents.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to technical questions for clarification, beginning with Member Gomez.
What's the square footage of that road approximately? In other words, how much of the land is going to be used for the easement portion of it?
Bear with me. I'm just trying to flip through to see. Mr. Gangler, I'm not finding it right away by the attachments. Do you happen to know the area of the easement that we're talking about?
No, I don't have the total of the areas. That'd have to be added up from the individual legal descriptions, but just to put things quite simply, the easements do not, and the gas line do not conflict with any road access. They don't prohibit any vehicular access. And so while the underground gas line takes up, some area within an easement, it doesn't conflict with any roads that are in use, such as Air Expressway.
So the reason for asking this question is how much land is being used for that area? Is it, when we talk about a road, what's the length of that road? The entire road, a mile long, half a mile? I'm just trying to understand the normal procedures of an easement and how wide or long they would be, how short they may be conducted, or.
Well, the length I can speak to because that's actually illustrated on 363. So it's 228 plus 150. So let's just call that 370, 380 feet long. And the width of it, I think in some sections is 18 feet. We're not talking about a lot of area. So if you want to do a simple rounded math, takes 370 feet times 18 feet wide, and that would be your square footage.
Thank you. And is this road solely property of the city that's registered with the county, or do we have maybe collaboration with someone else?
The ownership, if it's not under city ownership, it's likely under airport authority ownership as a part of the base transfer.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No questions.
Thank you. Member Becerra.
No questions.
Thank you. And the chair has none and invites a motion from the SCLAA Board of Directors as to point 1 on item 12 and from the City Council as to point 2 on item 12.
I'd like to make that motion as recommended by city staff.
Thank you very much, Member Gomez. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Gomez, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Member Gomez.
Not at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
None. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Member Becerra.
No questions.
Thank you. And the chair has none. Discussion period is closed. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the SCLAA Board of Directors has taken action to adopt the recommendation as laid out in point 1 on the agenda, and the City Council has taken action in accordance with the recommendation as to point 2 on item 12. Moving on to item number 13, award of construction agreement to FC and Sons Roofing Incorporated for the Victor Valley Community Services Council re-roof. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, the Victor Valley Community Services Council was a recipient of CDBG funds in the 1920 fiscal year, I believe in the amount of $50,000. And as we do for many nonprofits, especially when the award is for construction related work, will actually facilitate the bidding process for those projects. In this particular case, we're at that point where we've identified the scope of work. And in this particular case, it's a re-roofing of their facility on Mojave Drive, I believe it is. And with that, we've gone through the public process of identifying the scope of work, putting it out for bid. And in this particular case, there's a recommendation to award to the low bidder for the re-roofing of that roof for the Victor Valley Community Services Council. Scott Webb is your city planner. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council award a construction agreement to FC and Sons Roofing in the amount of $42,988 for Victor Valley Community Services Council re-roof project located at 16692 Mojave Drive in the city of Victorville.
Thank you. All right, technical questions for clarification as it pertains directly to this staff report and more narrowly to the award of the construction agreement, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No questions.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
No questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes. What were the requirements that authorized this award to be constructed under the project? And is it one of many phases that we have seen, will see for this particular entity?
I don't believe that we expect any more phases. The process was effectively, the beginning of the process was effectively the application process through the CDBG program, the eventual recommendation to this council, then the eventual approval of awarded applicants. And then after that, basically the city's purchasing code then governed the next process, which is effectively the scoping and the public bidding process until we get to this point of awarding a contract.
And were there specific conditions that the city used to ensure that an equitable process for this award was granted to the company versus any other proponent?
Yes, and effectively the purchasing process that we have in place helps govern that.
And is the funding for 21 or 22 appropriations for federal ward, is that something yearly that we will see? Or is that just, it's dependent or it's customizable?
The CDBG funding is something we do annually.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you, Member Gomez. And the chair has no questions and invites a motion from the city council.
I'd like to make that motion as recommended by the city staff.
To adopt the recommendation?
Yes, to adopt what's recommended by staff.
Yes, thank you, Member Gomez. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Gomez, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Discussion on the pending motion, Member Gomez.
Not at the moment.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
No questions.
Thank you. The chair has none. Discussion's closed. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. So the council has taken action in accordance with the recommendation posted on the agenda. Moving on to item number 14, discussion of single-family residential wall and fencing standards for new tract developments within the city. So this was the chair's request to place this item on the agenda, and I thank the council for allowing it to be brought forward this evening. The request, of course, was to learn the history of this item and so forth. And although the recommendation says no action is required, the request for this agenda item was did permit for possible action. So Mr. DeBortnowski, we may want some advice from you at some point on this. But I remember when I requested this item be placed on the agenda, I specifically said that I wasn't certain if it was legal even for the council to take action in lieu of the planning commission. So it seems from the report that we have that answer. So with that said, I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, in fact, this is really for us to have you deliberate and provide us with any guidance or direction. This has been a subject that has been brought up on a number of occasions, including at least twice at the Planning Commission level. The last of which I believe was in July when the Planning Commission discussed last and chose to take the position because of its deeper involvement with updating our current housing element and then also our general plan amendment as what's being requested by the BIA is speaking to policy. I think it's my understanding that the Planning Commission's action to hold off on deciding on fencing standards is best to wait until after such a time that the Planning Commission has taken action and ultimate recommendation to this council on policy as to the housing element and the general plan. So with that, this item is before you for consideration, and we'll, as staff, take any guidance or direction you have to offer.
All right, so Mr. DeBortnowski, on the issue of possible action.
Yeah, I don't think action is necessarily prevented in this case because staff is looking for some direction. But you'll learn that procedurally, you can't do anything specifically with respect to the current zoning ordinance. It's required, if you want to send it back to the Planning Commission for a recommendation. So that would certainly be within the purview of this agenda item if you so choose to do
And
that.
we can do that via direction versus a formal vote. All right, so that would make me more comfortable if we get to that point. All right, so as I pretty much stated what the recommendation is as it's posted on the agenda, we're going to move on to technical questions for clarification, beginning with Member Becerra as it relates to the staff report, please.
If we are going to send it back to the Planning Commission, when we do get a report for them, I would like to see, because I keep reading, it's going to lower the price, it's going to lower the price. Tell me how much it's going to lower the price. I'd like to know that, sir. Are we talking $5, 5,000? You know, what are we talking?
Thank you. Yeah, that in fact is a question we as staff have a struggle with as well with respect to reducing the standards. Is it really going to actually help make the house more affordable? There's a lot of debate surrounding that question.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, is there a reason why the VIA would not bring this action to have agendized for the commissioners so they themselves listen to something like that? Because they also have the authority to be able to have Scott Webb have this agendized for them.
Sure. So Member Gomez, I can answer that. And that's the reason that I requested it, because my feel from the speakers at the last meeting was that they had gone through the process with the Planning Commission and they're concerned with the amount of time that it's taking and the delay. And so the request for this item was to see if effectively we could speed up the process with the Planning Commission.
And what authority does the city council have to redirect the commissioner's business when such actions are requested at the level of council versus commissioners?
I can answer that. At this point, you cannot take action on it. Procedurally, since this is a zoning amendment, you need to get a recommendation from the Planning Commission first. And if you basically sent it back to the Planning Commission and they decided to do nothing within a certain period of time, then we think it's a 40-day period after they decide to do nothing. You could at that point take some action. But the first recommendation is it has to at least start with a public hearing at the Planning Commission level.
And has any council member taken campaign donations that were not reported on their 460s or any other FPPC documentation from the BIA that we know of?
Member Gomez, that's not related to this agenda item. You can ask those questions of council members outside this meeting.
Well, it's
Move
on the
please.
record, so let the record reflect that I tried. If so, would that be considered a conflict of interest for any further votes to remand this request, a quasi judicial body, meaning the current planning commissioners? I think that was already responded, if it's my understanding. I think Dubernowski seemed to point at it that process number one goes to the commissioners and there's a recommendation. The recommendation either is let alone or not. If they decide to take it up, we don't have to hear it after 40 days. I believe council can vote on something like that. Is that the case?
That's essentially correct. It would go to the Planning Commission first for a recommendation. If the Planning Commission decides not to make a recommendation, then after a certain period of time, the council is able to at least take the item up itself and make a decision on it. There's at least a 40-day waiting period after the Planning Commission has decided to do something about it.
Okay, and what does it look like to have interior, inside, and rear property lines of a residential home, to have these walls made out of this type of whatever block versus vinyl fencing? Do we even know what that even looks like?
Yes, we do. And I mean, it is aesthetic. You know, there's definitely a difference in the material. Definitely a difference in the integrity of the material. Definitely a difference in the expected life of the materials. But I think the real issue here, which is why the BIA has reached out to you as a body, is that it feels that the Planning Commission and we as a city are not considering the request fast enough. And that very well could be an appropriate feel for them. However, we're going through a very deliberative process in updating our housing element and our general plan. And currently as staff, can't say that it's the commission's position, but as staff, one of the things that we're focusing on very heavily is to develop a sense of strategy in the general plan update in attempting to meet our affordable housing requirements. SCAG has set forward affordable housing requirements that we must consider and at least have a land use framework in place that will actually give us an opportunity to achieve those affordable housing requirements. The challenge that we as staff and has fueled the feedback and the recommendations that we've given to the commission has been to not consider the reduction of our standards citywide. And that's been the general ask from the BIA, is eliminate your current standard, residential standard altogether for block walls. And if we did that citywide, it certainly takes us a step backwards, especially over the last 10 years where we've actually worked hard to put that type of a standard in place, especially for your larger tract developments at the southern parts of the community. And so, we have had a guiding principle of trying to create a much nicer single-family residential development. And I think if you go and drive through a number of the communities that are being built, you notice a significant difference in the quality of those fencings that are building block walls. Staff doesn't necessarily believe it's appropriate at this time to consider wiping out the requirement on a citywide level, but as we take the strategic approach in trying to meet our affordable housing requirements, we're going to have to do so with product that isn't just single family homes. And we're going to have to consider perhaps more infill development, more mixed use development. And what I'm saying is there may be different housing types that can help us achieve that affordable housing goal. And it very well could be that those housing types are built in different areas of the community where they're more conducive to that type of fencing, especially when you consider, say, things that may come out of the process that may promote also smaller lot sizes, maybe lesser setback requirements to accommodate the increase in density to try to promote that affordable housing price, if you will, to also help meet our RHNA numbers. So with that, for us, because there's so much thought and strategy going into the general plan, that's a serious policy question for the council. And the positions, my interpretation of the position from the commission has been, let's wait until at least we get our strategy in place before we decide to deviate or change our existing design standards.
Okay, and have we polled the neighborhood for their opinions? And if not, would it be appropriate to motion to have a poll to be adjudicated for that process to happen so the commissioners can consider maybe the general vast population, if that's even something comfortable?
Well, I guess we have in the sense that, the deliberations have been public meetings. They have been open to the public. It's really in the arena of your planning commission to consider those land use related items and then either approve, or in the case of where recommendation is required to you, have those recommendations considered again in a public meeting. So there is the opportunity for the public to participate.
And what is the cost of these walls versus vinyl? I think that was already asked formally and we don't quite know yet, and that'll be something we look forward to. So let me skip that question. How does this discussion benefit community interest? And I think that's a policy question that we're still delving into, which is something you've belabored already. And has there been any other discussion with community interest groups in regards to wall and fencing? My belief is only with the BIA so far, and then the personal experiences that staff has had with the community over several years. So
your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes, for the most part, I want to piggyback on Councilmember Becerra's question. I'm really concerned. What's the potential savings for a homeowner with regard to vinyl fencing versus block wall fencing? I mean, I personally have block wall and I prefer it. It was a selling point because it added additional security. It was durable and the material would withstand the climate. There are other materials on my home that have not been as sustainable. So I have a personal narrative on this issue. But I do understand that the vinyl fencing is cost effective, but the real question is how much of the reduced cost is going to be passed on to the potential home buyer or homeowner. The other thing that I'm hearing is that we are getting the ball rolling, it sounds as if, to essentially circumvent the planning commission, because it sounds like they've already decided they're going to put it on the back burner. Am I correct in that assessment?
You are correct in that assessment.
Okay. I do agree that perhaps we should wait until we have our strategy in place, because as I listen on, and I've heard talks around, in other discussions, especially as it relates to affordable housing, that there is a movement to move away from single family dwellings to multifamily dwellings. And or different kinds of housing to meet our mandate. So I certainly want to be in step with my colleagues, but for me, I question, I live in a community where we have vinyl fencing and we have block wall fencing. I find block wall fencing to be, as I said, more secure and more pleasing aesthetically. So that's just my viewpoint. And my neighbors agree. So,
Your time is up.
thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. All right, so one of the statements made by a member of the audience speaking tonight talked about vinyl fencing becoming the industry standard. Is that a fair statement?
Without understanding further context, I would question that because I've certainly seen us and other cities adopting as a standard block walls as opposed to vinyl.
Okay, so, when this item was requested to be placed on the agenda, the full of the council was ready to have a discussion about this. And so I'm so glad that we are. I think a lot of the comments here tonight are very helpful. So I think, Mr. Metzler, you articulated it well when you said that it seems that the BIA and other developers are perhaps a little bit frustrated with the amount of time that it's taking for this to be resolved. And that of course was my question as well. I mean, I understand that COVID has caused some delays. So I want to make sure that I understand the rationale for the delay. You spoke about infilling and mixed use development. Is that not known presently via the general plan, or where you're going with that? Is that not going to be known until July, or whenever the speakers felt that this was going to come up next before the Planning Commission?
I think we have good ideas and good sense because we've had some public workshops where we've actually gotten feedback from the public to speak to those points. I don't know where we're at in the exact drafting process, so maybe Scott Webb can illustrate better where we're at. Do we currently have a sense perhaps of where some of those alternative housing types are being considered? But Scott, can you also speak to, is COVID in fact did COVID create a delay in this process as well?
Yes, Mr. Metzler, I can speak to both of those questions. So first off, as far as the schedule for a general plan, COVID has not delayed the workshops that we've been going through and public outreach. Even through the height of COVID, we conduct meetings virtually to receive feedback. Thus far, we've had 3 land use workshops, and that's really the element of the general plan that will dictate items like mixed use and also infill development that has higher density residential. Those are new standards that first start with implementing a general plan update. That land use element is expected to be completed in July of next year. That sets the groundwork and all of the environmental clearances to allow the city to go to a higher density and explore other land use options to meet our affordable housing needs within Victorville. So I think Mr. Metzler said it best, that the reaction that both staff and the Planning Commission had to the BIA's request is more of a concern of taking a citywide approach to eliminating the block wall standard. And we won't have those other options to possibly allow vinyl in other housing communities until our general plan is put in place.
Okay, so that, I have to say that sounds logical to me. But, being very pro-business that I am, it kind of kills me that any industry would have to wait so long because the things that the building industry and developers do, the planning involved in that occurs many, 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 many months before they can do anything. And I just would imagine that these kind of delays have some impact on their ability to carry out that work in providing affordable housing and other housing in our community. So with the vote of the Planning Commission, when it last came before them, I know that at the time there were only 4 commissioners. Was the vote closed?
Your time is up.
Yes, I can speak to that. When the Planning Commission gave direction in July, only 3 out of the 4 commissioners at the time were present, and they all unanimously recommended that we postpone further dialogue on allowing vinyl fencing until the general plan is in place.
Right. All right, thank you very much. With that said, does any council, I have an idea as to some possible direction. It's going to be up to the council whether they are interested or not. So before I do that, I do have to ask a point of clarification, and it will benefit the entire council. So I heard tonight something that I had never heard before and didn't know. If the council were to direct this matter to be brought up on a planning commission agenda in January, the planning commission could opt to take no action. And then 40 days later, the council could request it to be placed on our agenda or not. That would be at the discretion of the council.
Essentially, that's correct. Yes. If the planning commission does nothing, if you ask them to do something and they decide to do nothing, you have to wait a period of 40 days, and then you could schedule a discussion at the city council.
Okay, and that would be the same thing with the council. The council could choose to do nothing at that point.
Correct.
Okay, so in hearing that there were only 3 planning commissioners present at the time, we have another new planning commissioner. I'm just wondering if it's worth them having the discussion again, and they can do as they will, and the council will proceed or not proceed as it chooses. So that would be, I would put that forward to the council. I think it's kind of a safe way to go, but it's certainly up to the council if you want to offer consensus on that direction. Thoughts? No, it's not a motion. We're looking for consensus on direction.
This back to the planning commission.
And they can take action or not take action. The council can take action or not if they don't want to.
I'm not in favor. It'd be a waste of time because I wouldn't vote in favor of that.
Sure.
And yes, and so it was also on many, many moons ago, Jim Cox did say that council members allow the commissioners to do their own due diligence. And I think for merit of reasons, he stated that to be the case. So I don't think the council here should force the commissioners to do anything that they felt at that moment for whatever reason it shouldn't have been merited. And I'm just going to stand by that because I've been told too many times. So I'm like, well, then let them have their freedom as well.
Sure. With that said, then we are not going to reach consensus to give any kind of direction. I'm sorry, you are, but that ends us, but then we still don't have a consensus. You would need 3 to give that direction. And so that being said, again, I just want to remind everybody that this was a helpful discussion. Every member of this council wanted to have this discussion, and I'm thankful that we gave our community's members an opportunity to hear it. With that said, we're going to move on to item number 15. Request to accept the fiscal year 2021 local hazard mitigation plan. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. In this case, federal law requires local agencies to prepare and adopt a local hazard mitigation plan. The LHMP analyzes community risk to hazards and establishes a plan to mitigate those risks. It's also something that's used and found necessary as we apply for certain federal grants. There was an extensive amount of work that went into the preparation of this very voluminous document. But the author on this item is your Fire Chief, Mr. Jeff Armstrong. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council accept the fiscal year 2021 Local Hazard Mitigation Plan and adopt Resolution 21-112, approving the fiscal year 2021 Local Hazard Mitigation Plan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Technical questions for clarification, beginning with Member Gomez.
Yeah, just a quick question for this local hazard mitigation plan. Is it something that's adopted every 5 years? I've never seen this plan on a yearly basis. I just need clarification.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm sorry, City Manager, do you want me to take that one?
Go right ahead, Jeff. Sorry about that.
That's okay. It is outlined in the plan how often it is recommended that we bring these back. Our last plan was from 2012, and that's laid out on page 528 of the plan in your agenda. I don't believe there's any regulatory authority, or if we go on beyond 5 years, I don't believe that there's any.
Okay.
The city is, as far as fines or anything like that. I do have Dana Wellborn, our emergency manager, who's online, and also the consultant is on as well, if you have any further questions.
Okay, so stating that there's a reporting of 2012 of recommendation to be established, and we're seeing that today. I don't typically go by what I would consider hearsay. A lot of the times we make mistakes as humans when we write years, and I've seen that quite often, and I've called it out. So I appreciate that you point out the page number and the year. If there was an actual document that was assertive and I can point out and look at it, I think that would have been more plausible. But I appreciate you pointing out the page and the year. However, unless there's documentation on that, I wouldn't know if that was even legitimate, knowing the history of what my councilship has been here over the last 5 years. Thank you.
Gomez, thank you. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No discussion.
Thank you. Member Becerra, questions?
Yes, I have a question for Mr. Armstrong, if I may, Mr. Metzler. Mr. Armstrong, page 7 or 8, either on the hard copy or page 528 and 529 on the electronic copy. What I don't see here is Public Works, our roadways. I know you haven't been here during our 100-year floods, but our roadways take a beating. And in no place do I see the Public Works, either director or the Public Works manager on this hazard mitigation planning team. For me to approve it, I'd like to see someone from that department on this so they can have a word in edgewise of our beating our roads take during flooding, raining, winds, all kinds. We lose trees, we lose signs, we lose everything. So if you could please get someone from that division on this planning team, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. That is a very good point. I do know that there was a planning process that went through that began in 2019. Unfortunately, this started before I arrived in Victorville, so I don't have a lot of historical knowledge, but I would ask the consultant to jump in on that and possibly make a quick comment as far as ensuring those folks are not excluded from any draft document.
Oh, no, Mr. Armstrong, I understand why it was probably looked over or skipped. No problem in that. I just, like I said, very well written document, very well. I read through the whole thing, understand it and everything. I just find it odd that in that area, and it was probably missed, it was probably overlooked. So if you could, that's okay with me, and no further questions, Madam Mayor.
All right, so on that note, before well, it's my turn anyway, so I'll go ahead and ask. All right, so Member Becerra has a very good point, and so no council member can give direction to do certain things, but is it, if the council were to direct you to add a voice for Public Works, are you able to do that at this point?
I'm going to ask the consultant to jump on really quick as far as, I'm sure that anything's possible, but as far as what that looks like in the time frame of bringing this back, I'd ask him to jump on really quick.
Okay, so I'm trying to think of the best way to proceed. So Chief Armstrong, it would be my view then that, that's a good voice to have. Certainly Member Becerra has that. Do the rest of my colleagues feel that same way, to have a Public Works voice available on that?
Well, Chief Armstrong, I'm sorry, were you going to speak?
What are we saying there? Are we trying to kind of change?
Yes.
Well, Member Becerra stated a very good point that,
And in order for her to vote for it, she needs the voice
If I
of
may,
Public
Mr.
Works.
Metzler's catching up.
well, okay, so I don't know if in reality, in the rest of her comments, that she feels that way. That's certainly up to her. That's not my concern here. It's, that the council as a whole come up with the best decisions we can for to protect the public interest. And so, Mr. Armstrong, Chief Armstrong, you've heard a couple of the comments, and to the extent that it's doable, that's up to you, I think, in your role on this. And so with that said,
Well, I didn't have the opportunity to speak. I let Leslie
would like
speak.
to, you didn't seem like you
Well,
did, so
I
sure.
want to make.
You
su-
may.
Yeah. So I want to make sure that the record reflects that 8:01 to 8:03, Mr. Mesler was gone, so maybe we needed to catch him up so he could contribute. But Mr. Armstrong,
Member Gomez,
I
this
do
is not-
believe
that was
that you have the
the role to
prerogative of
do-
what you feel, I'm sorry, if what you feel should be done. And I don't ever want to bystep, because you do have a level of authority. So if you feel this is manageable and it wouldn't give any setback, I personally would leave it up to you. I wouldn't direct you to do anything that could somehow jeopardize what you've already done, the works and the hours. Maybe consider it maybe the next time, perhaps, if there is a next time and you're here, but I wouldn't pressure or direct you to do anything that you have not already done to date.
Thank you, Member Gomez. And there has been no pressure, and there's been no direction. All right, with that said, the chair invites a motion from the council.
Move to accept staff's recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. Discussion on the pending motion. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Discussion would just be to repeat the same thing. I don't want to create any pressure. I don't think I'm above Chief Armstrong in any level. He has his level of experience, and I trust what he's doing, and he's spoken up, and let him do his job.
Very good, Member Becerra.
No question.
Thank you. And the chair has none. Discussion is closed. Madam Clerk, take the vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Becerra voting no.
Thank you. So the council has just taken action in accordance with the recommendation posted on the agenda. Moving on to item number 16. This is the request to accept the fiscal year 2020 emergency management performance grant. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. San Bernardino County Office of Emergency Services administers the MPG grant, which has awarded approximately $22,000 to replace and upgrade a number of our very high frequency radios, approximately 25 of those radios. So with that, this item is a request to accept that grant. The author on this item is your fire chief, Mr. Jeff Armstrong. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That your honorable city council accept the EMPG for fiscal year 2020 in the amount of $22,048. Adopt resolution 21-015, approving additional
Pardon
revenue.
me, Madam Clerk, that was 21-105.
Sorry, 21-105, approving additional revenue and expenditure appropriations in the federal grants fund in the amount of $22,048. Authorize the budget transfer of $22,048 in matching funds for a total not to exceed $44,096, and approve the purchase of 25 very high frequency radios through Silverado Avionics, Inc.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to technical questions for clarification. We're going to begin with Mayor Pro Tem on this.
No questions.
Thank you. Member Becerra.
No questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, what department or departments will benefit from this item?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. This will actually be for emergency management and for use in the fire department. We had several radios actually budgeted for this year. And with the opportunity to get this grant, we're able to increase that radio purchase to the number that the city manager just mentioned. I'm looking for it in the staff report. My apologies, 25. So if we were to have a wide spread emergency or a large scale emergency in the city, emergency management and the fire department could both use those. And emergency management would encompass several departments, whether it be public works or whoever may be assisting us with whatever the all hazard, all risk incident may be.
And what may be the highest priority to bring those radios as an example?
The highest priority, if I'm understanding your question correctly, and I apologize if I'm not, I think the highest priority is just for the increased capabilities. It allows us to program up to 5,000 frequencies. And so I think interoperability, intercommunication, I think that's just the what we're looking at. Some of the radios we have in the fire department right now are very old and definitely do not have those capabilities.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. And the chair has none and invites a motion from the city council.
I'd like to make the motion as recommended by staff.
To adopt the recommendation, we have a first by Member Gomez, second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Discussion on the pending motion, Member Gomez.
None.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
With adding these 25 radios, do we have to up the repeater up in the mountain?
Okay, so Member Becerra, we're on.
I can ask this question, Mayor, because it has to do with the approval. These 25 radios hit a repeater that's up on our mountain.
Sure, okay,
So if we up the purchase, are we gonna have to up the repeater?
Yeah, and that's a legitimate question. So typically this time is reserved for comments on the pending motion, but there are times when comments on the motion. This is a question,
Okay.
but.
Then I
No, no,
take
no,
back
no,
the
no,
question.
No, you may, you
No,
don't
I
need
take back
to.
the question.
There are times when it's appropriate to ask questions during this part, and so certainly,
Okay,
of
I take
course.
back the question. We'll be buying repeaters soon and then I'll ask why we bought it.
But you're, okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome to, okay, ask it. All right. All right, and the chair has no comments on the pending motion. The discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council has just taken action in accordance with the recommendations laid out on the agenda. Moving on to item number 17. This is the Standard Ground sublease agreement by and between the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority and Stratus Fuel Incorporated. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This is a standard ground lease agreement involving facilities out at the airport. It's actually a project that's very interesting to us, and I think kind of shed some light on the future with respect to energy fueling vehicles. We've heard so much about the increased demand and dependency for electric vehicles, the investments being made in charging infrastructure to support those auto types. But there are a couple of auto types that are, instead of relying on as battery as the primary fuel, there's a couple of automakers out there investing in hydrogen fuel technology. And so with that, it's actually creating interest in the industry to actually increase the production of hydrogen so it's more readily available for what's expected to be a growth industry in things like hydrogen fueled transportation. So with that, Stratus Fuel has been working with the airport for quite some time now. And we've got to this point where we've actually identified a 7-acre site along the southeast part of the airport, just north of Phantom. And with that, there's a vision by Stratus Fuel to actually build a large-scale hydrogen production facility. This is a 10-year contract with 2 10-year options. It does generate revenue for the operations of the airport. So with that, the airport director is Eric Ray. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority Board of Directors approve entering into a standard ground lease agreement for 7.17 acres of land by and between the SCLAA and Stratus Fuel, Inc. Authorize the airport director to execute said agreement and adopt resolution number SCLAA 21-013, amending the fiscal year 2021-2022 budget.
All right, thank you very much. And we're going to move on to technical questions for clarification, this time beginning with Member Becerra.
Mr. Ray, Mr. Metzler, if I may ask Mr. Ray. Mr. Ray, when this gets going, is there going to be a hydrogen fueling station out there eventually?
We believe that's going to be the case. The first step is obviously the demolition of the existing facilities and to build the infrastructure needed to produce the plant. Once the plant is up, they want to move on and construct fueling stations locally as well as to buttress their existing. A point to make is that this company has been in business since 2013, and they currently lease, short-term lease hydrogen automobiles. They're doing that out of the San Bernardino International Airport and around the San Bernardino area and all the way down towards some sites down in San Diego as well. So their intent is to continue to grow that business. Logically, it's only reasonable that they would want to grow that here in Victorville as well.
Okay. I'm not directing you, but if this passes, could somebody please get in touch with VVTA? VVTA is purchasing hydrogen buses. So it's not a direction, sir. It's just, please get someone to get with me.
We'll do that.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Member Gomez.
No questions.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
I just want to say, I do have a question, but it's a lot of exciting things happening at the airport and all of these new industries. I'm just curious what the vision are. Will this company like invest in workforce development? Because I see a new industry emerging and it's my hope that it's going to bring greater diversity in terms of employment opportunities to the community. Do you happen to know anything about that? I'm excited about this project.
We are too. This is a very entrepreneurial upstart company, and they very much so believe in their communities. They believe in, and they've invested in the San Bernardino area where they're currently at, and they have indicated they're going to invest here as well. We're anticipating 40 to 50 jobs. They're going to range from high-tech jobs working in the plant, actually working the technical equipment that's entailed in this process of converting water into hydrogen, as well as engineering staff. So they're looking at around 40 people that are here going to be hands on ground in addition to their management staff. So we do see that. And quite frankly, they've got projections to grow over time. One of the things in this lease here shows it provides another 3-acre adjacent parcel for them to grow into the next phase. So they hope to grow that business here and would consequently need more staffing to run it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ray.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. All right, and I echo my colleagues' sentiments. This is quite exciting. And I have no further questions and invites a motion by the SCLAA Board of Directors.
Madam Mayor, motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Second.
Right, we have a first by Member Becerra, second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Discussion on the pending motion, please.
No discussion.
Okay. Member Gomez?
Not at the moment.
Thank you, Mayor Pro
You're
Tem.
welcome.
No more than I want to reiterate how exciting this is. So that's it. Thank you.
Yes, all right, with that, and the chair has no comments, and the discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Marine,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Yes, thank you. So the SCLAA Board of Directors has just taken action in accordance with the recommendation laid out on the agenda. We have a request from a council member to take a 5-minute break. I think that's appropriate, certainly at this time, and we're going to do that. We will reconvene at 8:25.
Mhm. Oh, okay, okay. But you keep showing up.
All right, it's 8:25. We're going to resume open session. We could have the council members behind the dais. All right, we're continuing on to item number 18. This is the polyfluoroalkyl substances study project number ESC 22-007. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. That word that I'll reference as PFAS, because I can't say it nearly as well as you did, and I'm going to stop right there, is a substance that is actually a constituent found in the foam that we use in our fire suppression system that supports our hangars out at SCLA. There's been increasing regulation affecting PFAS, and effectively we're being required because of regulation to study the extent to which it exists and to determine if there are any contamination caused by the use and or storage of that foam component that contains PFAS. We'll ultimately have to update or upgrade our system to find a different type of foam that doesn't contain these chemicals. With that, the author on the item is your airport director, Mr. Eric Ray. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable Southern California Logistics Airport Authority Board of Directors adopt resolution number SCLAA 21-6 for an additional appropriation in the amount of $220,000 in support of the per and polyfluoroalkyl substance study project ECS 22-007 at the Southern California Logistics Airport.
Thank you. All right, technical questions for clarification, beginning with Member Gomez.
No questions.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I just need a point of clarification. I understand that the request is for an additional appropriation in the amount of $220,000. I also saw in the backup material that we anticipated grant funding for this study. Is that correct? But we didn't get it. Is that what happened?
We attempted to get grant funding and were not successful.
Okay, all right. And we weren't successful because it wasn't a priority for the funding agency or grant with the grantor. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Member Becerra.
So, Mr. Metzler, I noticed it said that in July, we gave a service provider, Nino and Moore, to do this study, correct? Because it says in March of 2022, we have to have it done. Page 902, last sentence, last
Correct.
paragraph.
Correct.
And then it says are we going to be able to meet? Now, is it cleanup also by then, or no, just to establish that we don't have contamination or we do have contamination?
Eric, Mr. Ray, would you be able to answer that question, please?
Sure. It's a step-by-step process, and we've finished the first two steps. The state has approved our work plan. They've approved our historical analysis. So now this step is exploratory borings and soil sampling to determine what it is that is out there in these areas, if anything. And then and part of that study will then be determined what levels there are, if any, and how to handle it. So it'll be a step-by-step process. This process is simply to do the soil boring and the analysis of the constituent elements found in that soil.
And that's the part of the project that has to be completed by March 2022, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. No further questions.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. So this is beyond the point of it being a constituent of emerging concern. We're there, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And we really don't have any choice but to undertake this study.
That's correct.
All right, thank you. No further questions from me. So the chair invites a motion from the SCLIA Board of Directors.
Madam Mayor, motion to approve staff's recommendation for additional funding.
Thank you. We have and does that include approval of the resolution and everything in
Yes.
the recommendation? Thank you. So we have a first by member Becerra. I think I heard a second from Mayor
me. Yes,
Mayor
ma'am.
Pro Tem.
Yes.
Thank you. Discussion on the pending motion, Member Becerra.
No discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
No.
Thank you.
You're
And
welcome.
the chair has none. Discussion's closed. Madam Clerk, to vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Yes.
Pro Tem Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the SCLIA Board of Directors has taken action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda. Moving on to item number 19, this is the standard lease agreement for buildings 553 and 739 by and between the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority and ComAv Technical Services LLC. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. ComAv is a tenant of SCLA, one of SCLA's largest tenants, and has been the longest operating out at SCLA. My recollection goes back to 1998. And they've been in a continuous growth mode. And most recently, a lot of that more recent growth has been directly caused or attributed to the COVID pandemic, with the increased dependency upon the services that they offer, largely because of the grounding of aircraft until flight can resume to normal levels. So with that, this item is dealing with their occupancy of two facilities, buildings 553 and building 739. And we're using standard sublease to memorialize the relationship for those facilities. Revenues generated from these leases go into Fund 450, which is the airport operating fund, which would effectively be used to help fund the overall operations of the airport. The author on this item is your airport director, Mr. Eric Ray. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority Board of Directors approve entering into a standard lease agreement for buildings 553 and 739 by and between the SCLAA and ComAv Technical Services LLC. Adopt resolution number SCLAA 21-014, amending the fiscal year 2021-2022 budget by increasing revenue in Fund 450 by $61,118, and authorize the airport director to execute said agreement.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. And moving on to questions for clarification purposes, we're going to start with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
None.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes. Is this an expansion with the additions of buildings 553 and 739?
Yes, ComAv is expanding their footprint here at the airport with the leasing of these two buildings.
Okay. And are there other options that the city has other than the standard lease agreement for ComAv to conduct its business, or is that the sole practice that is used for this particular ComAv business?
For all of our leases, our standard form documents is our go-to documents as to how we prefer to do business.
Okay, so it's a preferred method, but there's other options. Is that what you're insinuating?
No, this is the only lease agreement that we have. We have a lease agreement and a sublease agreement depending upon the nature of the properties. And this is the correct instrument here. These standard leases are the correct instrument for these particular properties.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
You're welcome.
And so I just have one question. I just want to make sure that my understanding is correct. So, excuse me. So as to the fiscal impact, so it's 939.5 plus on the revenue side, less 69,000 in tenant improvement expenditures. So ComAv is going to undertake the improvements we're going to reimburse.
That's correct.
Very good. All right. I have no further questions, and the chair invites a motion from the SCLAA Board of Directors.
I'd like to make that motion as recommended by staff.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Gomez, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Discussion on the pending motion. Member Gomez.
No.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Member Becerra.
None.
Thank you. Chair has none. Discussion's closed. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the SCLAA Board of Directors has taken action in accordance with the recommendation laid out on the agenda. Moving on to item number 20. This is the purchase and sell agreement by and between the SCLAA Authority and Covington Investments LLC. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This is a transaction that we as staff have been working on for quite some time. And the transaction has resulted directly from our having over the years marketed the subject site and ultimately began negotiations in a competitive process amongst multiple interested parties. This item is actually dealing with what's commonly referred to as Parcel J. And Parcel J, the easiest way to illustrate it in this particular case is what was once the former West Winds Golf Course. West Winds Golf Course closed down in either 2011 or 2013. And since it closed down, it's been staff's vision to ultimately repurpose this land, not for golf or recreation, but instead for industrial to help increase the amount of developable space and have a use that's compatible with the type of development that you're seeing at the airport. Covington Capital is a party that you may remember back in August or September was announced to have acquired the entire vertical portfolio of Sterling Capital. And with that acquisition, a part of their larger strategy is to develop additional space to accommodate either new users or growing tenants of theirs that need additional space. It's been a longstanding tradition for us to have seen over the last 20 years, users come to Victorville only to stay in Victorville and expand to satisfy their growth needs. And so in this particular case, Covington has been negotiating with us and we've come to a price that we believe is very fair. And with that, it'll help both further the goals of the airport in terms of expanding its operations, but also this transaction is expected to facilitate the construction of new development. With that, the author on this item is your airport director, Mr. Eric Gray. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That your Honorable Southern California Logistics Airport Authority Board of Directors approve resolution number SCLAA 21-017, declaring subject property exempt surplus land and authorize the purchase and sale agreement by and between the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority and Covington Investments LLC. Approve resolution number SCLAA 21-018, amending the annual budget for fiscal year 2021-2022 to recognize the sale proceeds and authorize the executive director and secretary to execute transactional documents to effectuate the sale and transfer of subject property 31 days after resolution number SCLAA 21-018 has been transmitted to the California Department of Housing and Community Development.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to technical questions for clarification. Let's begin with Member Becerra.
No questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, who is the executive director and the secretary who would be approved to authorize the transactional documents?
In this,
The executive director is also your city manager, Mr. Metzler. Mrs. Jennifer Thompson is your secretary.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I happened to read in the backup material, well, let's just say, I love the creation of new job opportunities and new employment opportunities. Do you have any idea how many new positions or employment opportunities are anticipated?
Mayor Pro Tem, we really don't have an exact number right now, and that's because we don't have an exact fix on what that property is going to look like ultimately. There's some very serious topography there that has to be addressed, which is why even within, and we noted it in staff report, that the developer has options as to go 2 buildings or 3 buildings. So they recognize that there's going to be some challenges. But as a general rule, we can say 100 to as much as 300 employees typically operate in a warehouse. So that's what we're seeing now. Now, if it's a manufacturing or if it's something a little more intense than just normal warehousing, we'll see higher numbers than that. But it's something that we track. We'll track that annually, and it's something, this information we present to you each year. The city manager presents that to you each year. So we'll continue to do that and track it as we go forward and these buildings are constructed.
Okay, very good. Continue to do the good work and carry out the vision. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. All right, so I'll save my comments for the motion. All right, and so at this time, the chair invites a motion from the SCLA Board of Directors.
Madam Mayor, motion to approve and accept staff's recommendations.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Becerra. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Discussion on the pending motion. Member Becerra.
No discussion.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
No, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
No.
Thank you. And I just have a quick comment. First of all, I want to congratulate our staff for the faithful and diligent negotiations on this. It is proving to be very rewarding for Victorville, and I think it certainly will be in the years to come. That said, discussion period is closed. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
So the SCLA Board of Directors has taken action in accordance with the recommendation laid out on the agenda, and happily so, it sounds like, by the responses. Moving on to item number 21, Innovation Way roadway easement dedication to the city of Victorville. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, somewhat connected to the previous item, which is dealing with the purchase and sale. Innovation Way is actually a master planned roadway, and in fact, it's a part of the circulation element in the specific plan for SCLA. But until this time, there hasn't been a need to actually establish the roadway easement that is Innovation Way. And basically along the northern boundary of the subject site. So the best illustration is on page 1056 that highlights that area that effectively will become a dedicated roadway easement to help facilitate the movement of vehicles in and out of the northern part of that site. So makes sense to do it at this time as we're dealing with the transactional side of parcel J. So with that, the author on this item also is your airport director, Mr. Eric Ray. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That your Honorable Southern California Logistics Airport Authority Board of Directors grant an exclusive roadway easement for Innovation Way to the city of Victorville on assessor's parcel number 0459-21114, as described in the attached legal description, and authorize the airport director to execute all transactional documents.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to questions for purposes of clarification as to the staff report, beginning with Member Gomez.
No questions.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No questions.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
No questions.
Thank you. And the chair has none and invites a motion from the SCLA Board of Directors.
Move to accept staff recommendations.
Thank you. We have a first by Mayor Pro Tem Irving, a second by Member Gomez. Discussion on the pending motion, Mayor Pro Tem.
No, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
No, not at the moment.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Thank you. Thank you. And the chair has none. Discussion is now closed. And Madam Clerk, kindly take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the SCLA Board of Directors has taken action in accordance with the recommendation laid out on the agenda. We are now moving on to item number 22. This is the Employment Development Department final update, Councilmember Blanca A. Gomez. And before I hand this over to Mr. Metzler and Mr. Bortnowski, this is something that came forward in the 2020 council when this matter first came up, and the council at the time had directed that we receive updates on this at every meeting, and then subsequently decided that it was better to have updates only as they came forward. And if there were any updates between meetings, that the council members would be notified. So those communications has happened as this matter has unfolded over the course of time. What we have before us tonight is the final report in compliance with the direction of the 2020 council. So with that said, Mr. Metzler and Mr. Bortnowski, I hand this over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, that's a very fair characterization of where we're at. This item is effectively being brought to you with the intent that it serve as basically a closeout report of the matter and basically satisfying staff's having been directed to update the council when there's information to share. There were effectively two issues arising from this. First, starting with an appeal as to the question of whether or not wages were paid to Ms. Gomez by the EDD to where she was not eligible to receive those payments. And that was a question of the EDD that actually went through the administrative appeals process all the way going up to the highest level of the appeals board for the EDD. And it was ultimately sustained by the administrative law judge and the EDD appeals boards that her wages were not eligible for EDD benefits, and therefore the EDD benefits she received were inappropriate, and basically she was determined not eligible for EDD assistance. With that, because there was a limited amount of cooperation in the early stages of this inquiry, we did seek through the city attorney's office a question as to whether or not they would investigate into the matter of fraud. I'll turn it over to Mr. Bortnowski to speak to that path, and he can share with you his dialogue with the DA's office.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Yes, in accordance with some of the comments made by the administrative law judge process, he suggested that it could be the possibility of a fraudulent transaction. Therefore, we were directed to reach out to the San Bernardino District Attorney to initiate an investigation as to whether fraud had in fact occurred. Apparently, the district attorney went through a relatively lengthy investigation, and at the end concluded that they did not believe they would pursue a fraud claim against Ms. Gomez for what they feared that they would have the inability to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that there was intentional fraud on her part. So they have essentially sent a letter, which is included in the package November, dated November 2nd, whereby they have essentially closed out the matter.
All right, thank you. And this, the recommendation is this is just an informational piece only. And so as this is a final report, certainly the council members have an opportunity to ask questions or make comments. We'll build those in together as we're not going to take any action tonight. So Madam Clerk, 2 minutes on that, and we'll begin with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm curious, I thought we already received an update. How did this get on the agenda? I mean, I guess what I'm trying to understand is why are we having this discussion at this time?
Well, so in my introduction of the item, this is to comply with the direction of the 2020 Council. It's a final report so that the public has the outcome of this item. So it's in
Should we
compliance.
be having this discussion publicly?
Mr. DeBornowski.
Sorry, what was that question?
Should we have this discussion publicly?
Well, the information previously has been discussed publicly at every step of the level when we have reported back to the council. So
Right, but that's what I'm kind of
so this is-
suggesting. It's kind of,
this is the closeout, just to let you
it's
know.
redundant as we keep talking about it. It's over.
But-
We've already learned about the outcome. We're beating a dead horse.
The
That's my view. Those are my comments. Thank you.
I understand.
Thank you. Member Becerra.
So did the city pay back anything to EDD?
I'm sorry, did the city pay back?
We got a bill. That's how we found out.
Yeah, and we did pay the bill. Yes.
So how do we get our money back?
We are monitoring the bills. It's an administrative process that I can't explain because I'm not familiar with how EDD does it, but effectively what I'm told is that once EDD does what it needs to do to correct the charge, meaning collect the amounts back, I suspect in this case from Ms. Gomez, then effectively it'll be a credit to a bill that we get in the future, say for other EDD related claims. We do get those quarterly dealing with a variety of different employees.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Would you define suspect? That was part of your terminology. That's my only question.
Would I define suspect? It's when you think without certainty something happened.
No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. And the chair has no questions and I'm certainly believe that we're all happy that this is, we've got a resolution. It's been a painful process for everyone. And I thank our city manager and city attorney for following through with the directive that it was given and is bound to by prior council. All right, with that said, we are going to move on to item number 23. This is the appointment of mayor and mayor pro tem. And so Madam Clerk, before I hand, I'm going to just go ahead and hand it over to you because you're going to facilitate the appointment of the mayor, but will you kindly read the recommendation in advance of that?
Sure. That your honorable city council direct the city clerk to open nominations for the office of mayor, take nominations, announce the outcome of the vote, and declare the appointment upon a majority vote of the council. The newly appointed mayor shall preside over the process of the office of mayor pro tem unless she prefers the city clerk to facilitate the appointment, and open nominations for the office of mayor pro tem, take nominations, and have the clerk announce the outcome of the vote and declare the appointment upon a majority vote of the council. With that being said, I will open nominations for the office of mayor.
I'd like some clarification before we move forth, if I can.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so for the nomination process, is there different phases or do you just take nominations phase one and then it gets completed once you have a majority? How will that function?
So each council member can give one nomination. After the nominations, if the person nominated accepts that vote, then they're nominated. After that, each council member has had an opportunity to make a nomination, then the nominations will be closed. We will take a vote of each council member for those nominated on who they would like to select. And then from there, a majority will be determined. If there's no majority, we will repeat the process one more time.
Okay, so one phase, one nomination, unless there's a tie or something.
Then we would proceed to a second round of nominations.
Okay, Thank you for the clarification.
You're
So
welcome.
I just, actually, I want to because when we go through round one, if there's only round one, there's not just one nomination, more than one person can be nominated in the pool.
The
Okay.
council policy indicates each council member can make one nomination.
Up to, yes.
Yes. So therefore, I'd like to open nominations for the position of mayor.
Madam Clerk,
Yes,
nominations are now open. The floor is
nominations are
open.
now open.
To nominate Elizabeth Becerra for mayor.
Member Becerra, do you accept the nomination?
Mayor Pro Tem, I thank you for the confidence in me. I have a granddaughter at home that requires much more of my attention. I thank you, and I'm going to have to deny the nomination.
Are there any further nominations?
Yeah, I would like to nominate Leslie Irving as a mayor.
Member Irving, do you accept the nomination?
I accept, thank you.
I'll nominate Deborah Jones.
Mayor, Councilmember Jones, do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
Are there any further nominations? With that, I'll close the nominations. The nominees are Deborah Jones and Leslie Irving. By voice of the individual, I will take a roll call vote on that. Blanca Gomez,
So you're asking me who I vote for?
Yes,
Well, I
ma'am.
nominated Leslie, so I vote for Leslie.
Councilmember Becerra,
Mayor Jones.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Leslie Irving.
Mayor Jones.
Mayor Jones.
We have a tie vote. So I'll open nominations again.
I nominate Deborah Jones.
Madam Clerk, I'd like to nominate Blanca Gomez.
Well, I have another point of clarification. If there's a tie vote, doesn't just Deborah Jones keep it? We're playing a game and it's just going to stay the way it's going to stay.
So, no, and so we're going to, this is, was some topic of discussion to update our policy manual some time ago. So this is a very deliberate process. And so we have the one round. If there's insufficiency of votes or a tie, then we attempt to gain consensus in a second round of nominations and votes. And if there's no decision on that, then it will be placed on the next agenda in hope that consensus and a decision of the council can finally be made.
Just if I
Madam
may
Clerk.
repeat for the sake of understanding. So we will do this one more time. And if it just doesn't have that majority, we will go into the next period of a next general council meeting. Is that what you meant?
The next regular meeting, yes, ma'am. And so at that point, then it would certainly be hoped that a decision can be arrived from the council. If it's not, then the current mayor retains the seat until the next organizational meeting.
Until the next organizational meeting, meaning a year from then.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I mean, we're playing a game. She's gonna keep it, but go ahead. Leslie nominated me, if that's still the case. I don't know if she wants, I don't know if that's the case, because I did make interruptions, so. I don't know what the next process.
Do you accept her nomination?
Yes, I would accept the nomination.
Okay, are there any further nominations?
You got mine for Deborah, right?
Yes, ma'am. Any further nominations? The nomination period is closed. We'll take a voice for your nominee. We have Deborah Jones and Blanca Gomez. Liz Becerra,
Deborah Jones.
Councilmember Gomez,
I accept it, so I would go ahead and vote for myself.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Blanca Gomez.
Mayor Jones.
Mayor Jones.
We have a tie vote. Motion fails. The item will need to be continued to the next regular council meeting of December 21st.
All right, with that said, the chair is going to facilitate the nominations for Mayor Pro Tem as they are currently in order. And while nominations don't require a second, any member may offer one as a way of signaling endorsement, and any nominee or any person, council member is also able to nominate herself. So the chair opens the nomination period. Are there nominations for the office of Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I would like to nominate Leslie Irving, so she keeps her seat.
Thank you. Leslie
accept.
Irving is nominated. Does Mayor Pro Tem accept?
I do.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving is nominated for the office of Mayor Pro Tem. Further nominations? The chair nominates Member Becerra for the office of Mayor Pro Tem. Does she accept?
I'll accept.
Thank you. Member Becerra is nominated. Are there further nominations? Once again, are there further nominations? Hearing no further nominations, the nomination period is now closed and we'll proceed to appoint a Mayor Pro Tem. When called upon, please vote by stating the nominee's name you wish to hold the office. Will the clerk please take the vote and announce the result? The chair will declare the appointment if there is one.
Councilmember Becerra,
Myself.
Councilmember Gomez,
I wish Leslie Irvin to retain her position.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Leslie Irving.
Mayor Jones.
Member Becerra.
We have a tie vote.
Thank you. All right, we're going to try this again this evening. Chair opens the nomination period for the office of Mayor Pro Tem. Any
Mayor-
nominations?
Mayor,
I continue to nominate Leslie Irving to keep her position.
Thank you. Member Irving, do you accept the nomination?
I do indeed.
Member Irving is nominated. Further nominations? Chair nominates Member Becerra. Does the member accept?
I'll accept.
Thank you. Member Becerra is nominated. Further nominations? Further nominations? Hearing no further nominations, the nomination period is closed and we'll proceed to appoint a Mayor Pro Tem. When called upon, please vote by stating the nominee's name, who you wish to hold the office. Will the clerk please take the vote and announce the result? The chair
Councilmember
will
Becerra?
declare the appointment.
Myself.
Councilmember Gomez,
I continue to support Leslie Irving as Mayor Pro Tem.
Place your vote, please. Thank
Mayor
you.
Pro Tem Irving,
Leslie Irving.
Mayor Jones.
Member Becerra.
We have a tie vote.
Thank you. So for the time being, Mayor Pro Tem Irving retains her seat as Mayor Pro Tem. This item will be placed on the next agenda in the hopes that the council can arrive at a decision. And Mr. Metzler, please make sure that those Mayor and Mayor Pro Tems on the next regular meeting agenda. All right, with that said, we are going to move on to item number 24, City Manager Reports. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. A few that I'm just going to try to rush through, but the first one comes from our Public Works side of the house. And this is one where we just got to sing praise to our public for participating in our free dump day on November 13th. And that was the one that we hosted over at University Prep, partnered with Burtech. But that event alone, we had 421 community members, vehicles participating and coming through that facility. Total tons of waste that we were able to prevent from being, potentially dumped out in the desert is 98, almost 99 tons of waste. That was 77 tons going to the landfill, 6.5 tons of green waste, and 10.5 tons of scrap metal. Interestingly, we had 4 tons of mattresses, and that's something that we commonly see out in the desert. So I think very successful event. Thank our public for participating. In addition to that, on the recreation side, our next live stream blood mobile drive is Tuesday, December 21st, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. That's here at the City Hall property. No charge, face coverings are required. On the building side of the house, CarMax finally just submitted an application for building permits. That was a project that we were dealing with, it feels like this time last year, getting through the entitlement process. So that's actually in the building permit phase of development. That's to build an 8,500 square foot retail car facility just north of City Hall here. We are amazingly busy on the inspection side with the Amazon facility out at the airport. We're seeming to be out there on daily inspections, and we've just inspected and passed walls. So we should probably expect to see walls being tilted here fairly soon. So a lot of progress there. That's all I have at this time, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. All right, moving on to item number 25. This is discussion and possible action regarding upcoming agenda items. We're going to begin with Member Gomez.
For the upcoming agenda items, community has an overwhelming satiation to have a pilot program for our police force, and that's my motion.
Is there a second? I don't either, but that's the motion before us.
Body cams on police officers in Victorville. That's the motion.
Okay, so this is, so.
Thank you for having me reinterpret.
We've already had a reporting in the past that this is already in the works. So it would be redundant to try and bring this to the
I'm sorry,
council.
would you repeat that? That's news to me. I think I heard that it's redundant and it's in place.
Redundant in that this is an effort already underway.
Okay,
We-
so,
We received a report on it,
well, are you saying that potentially we're going to have body cams on officers? Because I think I'm misinterpreting. That's not what you're saying, huh?
council member, I can only tell you what our captain has shared with his council not so terribly long ago that, and our sheriff,
Shannon Dickus.
well, at the time it was
John
McMahon, that this is in the works. And so it would be redundant and not a good use of the council's time to try and bring it up. There's nothing we can do. It's in the works.
Madam Mayor, would it be inappropriate to get a report or an update on where we are on the body cams? Because
Well, sure, but that's not the motion that was moved by.
Well, I'm
Member
going to
Gomez.
modify to include Leslie Irving's modification.
Okay, so we're going to then vote on the amendment, which is.
Yes.
Actually, it has to be a substitute because you're actually removing everything that you said prior. So.
Well, then I'm going to.
Make it as a substitute.
I can
motion.
rescind my formal motion of the pilot program for PD to have body cams to what Leslie Irving has highly suggested. If you would like to repeat that, I don't mind.
Okay.
Okay, so hold on. So is Member Gomez making the motion or is
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem
I
Irving making-
made the
okay,
motion
let's
and
make the
her
motion.
words were perfect. I don't think I could repeat them.
Okay, so. Mayor
Just
Pro
for the
Tem
sake
Irving,
of
would you-
clarity, well, I'd like to offer a substitute motion and ask that we have the captain provide us with an update, a report as an update on where we are with body cams.
That
for-
works. I'll second
Okay,
that.
Thank you.
Sure, and for purposes of clarification, is there a request as to the timing on that, knowing that we're facing the holidays?
Oh, I'm sorry that we have it by the first meeting in January,
We're not going to have a first meeting in
or
January.
in February, as soon as possible.
Sure.
So
All right.
Still second it.
And this is an informational piece only, so we have a first by Member Gomez, stated by Mayor Pro Tem Irving, presuming there's a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I'm getting confused now. I thought I offered a substitute motion and she seconded.
Right.
that
Right.
what
That's my
happened?
Yeah,
understanding.
It's all
that's-
muddled.
That's fine. It's just that,
God bless us.
God bless us. It's like, it's been a long night.
Yes,
Madam Clerk,
indeed.
take the vote.
Councilmember Gomez,
Yes.
Councilmember Becerra,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes
All
unanimously.
right, Member Gomez for the request.
No further requests.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Becerra.
Nothing.
Thank you. And the chair has none. Moving on to item number 26, which is our final item this evening. It's reports from council members. We're going to begin with Member Becerra.
I know you're going to tell me it's wrong, but I don't care. I'd like
I'm
to
not
have a
gonna
mo-
tell
I'd
you
like
it's
to have a
wrong.
moment of silence for Pearl Harbor. 80 years ago today, 2,403 Americans lost their lives.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you very much. That's all I have. May God keep our rest of our current military safe and in his hands.
Amen. All right. Member Gomez.
Yes, for my city council reports, it's the following. Please note that the courthouse in the city of Victorville is open to the public to observe trials that are taking place. On July 20th, illegal arrests that were followed by illegal search warrants in a dwelling of my own, which included many city employees, councils
Member
and
Gomez, if you will hold just a moment, I need to
Yes.
ask Mr. DeBornowski, because this sounds more like a commentary and opinions rather than
No,
the
because
intent of this
I'm
item. So
going
I just need
to
your advice, Mr. DeBornowski.
relay
These
my
should be reports on council member activities.
exactly, and that's where it's coming from. It's called contextualization for the public to understand why I should even
Then get
make
to the
this
point,
comment.
please.
And so the context of that is very important. And it just comes out to, I've been very, very, very involved. When I say very, I can't stress the amount of very involved with a lot of individuals who in the community face what's unfortunate from many bodies of the entities that we perceive are our protection. It doesn't matter what the title is, it's incumbent upon them. So as I project and I continue to support a lot of family members, including brothers and sisters and fathers from many aspects that have been in courtrooms, that continue to go through trials. The report is that I'm an active member as a grassroots, ensuring that the general public knows that they have a voice of resources of individuals who, they probably can't call Mr. DeBornowski for some advice, but they can probably call Blanca Gomez, which a lot of them have, and I've been very supportive. So we need to start keeping our judges accountable. We need to start keeping a council
Member
members
Gomez,
accountable.
this is going on to
And so-
commentary rather than a report.
And so the keeping of accountability is for all the entities.
Permission.
And as a council member, you better believe I've been kept accountable
Move on,
by my
Member Gomez.
community.
Mayor Pro Tem
So as
Irving.
I continue to say yes to the community, it's just been something that's been very favorable and
Member
very
Gomez is out of
comfortable
order.
as a council member. Thank you for listening.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving, reports.
Oh, okay, yes, thank you very much. Well, I want to thank you personally for signing, I think it was a letter of recognition for Sister Rowena Green on her homegoing. I want to thank you for that.
Yes, ma'am.
It seems like it was a lot of confusion for one of the members to get that certificate, so thank you very much for that. Also, Councilmember Gomez, thank you for your vote of confidence in me as Mayor Pro Tem. And lastly, I want to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to the citizens of Victorville, and Happy Holidays, whatever holiday that you celebrate. From my perspective, he's the reason for the season. So thank you and good night.
Thank you very much. All right, so I just want to acknowledge that I was able to attend the wonderful parade on Saturday, and the turnout was fabulous. Yes, yes, my arm hurt. So I stood on the side step of my 36 Chevy, and I teased Mayor Pro Tem Irving that if I fell and broke my foot, I was going to blame her. But my arm did hurt because I had to hold the roof on the inside. Thank you for saying that. And then also that evening, we had Victorville's Holiday Festival, formally opening the holiday celebrations with our tree lighting ceremony. It was absolutely fabulous, and I commend our Parks and Recreation. Did Member Gomez just leave? All right, Member Gomez has left the dais without the permission of the chair. We no longer have a quorum. This meeting is adjourned. So our business is concluded. As a matter of housekeeping, all council members, staff, and audience members will kindly vacate chambers in City Hall within 10 minutes. That's 9:23. So these facilities may be cleaned and secured for the evening. No members of the audience are allowed behind the dais. Thank you very much.